The ocean has always kept its secrets. Ships vanish without a trace, swallowed by storms, human error, or something far more mysterious. But few disappearances have haunted the world like that of the SS Silver Horizon. In 1970, the luxury liner set sail from California, carrying 120 passengers toward the golden shores of Hawaii. The voyage should have been routine until the ship vanished without warning, leaving no wreckage, no distress signals, just an eerie silence. Decades passed, and the Silver Horizon became a ghost story, a cautionary tale whispered among sailors. Then, 50 years later, the impossible happened. The ship reappeared near the Bermuda Triangle, drifting silently as if no time had passed. But when investigators boarded, they found something far stranger than an abandoned vessel. The Silver Horizon was frozen and time meals still warm, music still playing, yet not a soul remained. And then the real horror began. Hidden logs spoke of a rogue experiment, a machine that tore a hole in reality. Passengers had encountered themselves doppelgangers from other eras bleeding through fractured time. Some whispered of a coming catastrophe, a collapse of all timelines. And somewhere in the shadows, 9 missing passengers held the key to salvation or doom. Now, as the past and future bleed into the present, as phantom ships rise from the deep and unseen forces hunt the lost, one question remains. What happens when time itself begins to unravel? Let us know where you are watching from and what time you found this video. We read every single comment and subscribe for more inspiring content. In the golden splendor of a California sunset on June 12, 1970, the SS Silver Horizon set sail on what was supposed to be a normal journey to Hawaii. However, the journey changed drastically. On board, the luxury liner were a total of 120 passengers, including newlyweds, scientists who were attending a conference on climate change in the Pacific, artists who were on their way to a festival, and a crew that had been traveling by sea for decades. However, the ship's last communication, which was a jumbled distress call that mentioned a crimson fog, mysteriously disappeared in the middle of the sentence 6 hours into the voyage. There was no evidence found via the use of satellite images, sonar sweeps, or aircraft searches. A ghost tale that was passed down from generation to generation among seafarers, the Silver Horizon had become a myth. As of the July 17, 2020, the Mariana's Luck, a dilapidated fishing trawler, was hauling nets around 200 miles northeast of the Bermuda Triangle when Captain Elias Voss observed an aberration on his radar. It was a blip that was too huge to ignore. As he looked through his binoculars, he saw a vessel emerge before his eyes like a ghost, its hull shining in an unusual manner in the noonlight. In Art Deco writing, the term Silver Horizon was painted, which proved that the impossible was really feasible. Within a few hours, the United States Coast Guard arrived, but their devices malfunctioned in the vicinity of the ship. Compasses began to spin erratically, radios began to produce static whispers, and drones began to fall from the sky. Upon eventually breaking through the deck, a boarding party discovered that there was neither a crew nor any passengers. There is just quiet. However, the inside of the spacecraft defied rationality. The staterooms were kept in a manner that was strange and perfect. Dinners that had been partially consumed were still steaming. Champagne bubbles were bubbling in crystal glasses, and a jazz record was spinning continuously on a turntable with its needle stuck in a loop. Confetti crystallized into the air and hung in the air in the ballroom, looking like shimmering insects in amber. The ultimate terror, however, was located in the apartments of the commander. There was a luminous rift off the starboard bow, according to the logbooks, only a few seconds before the last communication. Crewman Jacob Riley's log, which was written in a hasty manner, documented a frantic experiment. Dr. Leela Voss, a renegade scientist aboard, had smuggled a prototype chronostabilizer that was intended to influence gravitational waves. Dr. Voss was not related to the captain of the trawler. Her theory was that the fabled disappearances that occurred in the Bermuda Triangle were caused by temporal fractures, and she insisted on testing the gadget when they were in the middle of their journey. Riley penned these words, "The sky tore open. It's not a storm, but a wound." But then, we were not the only ones. Teams from the Coast Guard discovered Dr. Voss's laboratory buried deep inside the cargo hold. A maze of copper coils and broken quartz, her machine pulsed with the energy that was left over from its operation. Equations that were scribbled on the walls provided a sign that a fatal error had been made. The gadget had not only stopped the passage of time, but it had also crossed dimensions. This insight, however, came far too late. Fortunately, the security film that was retrieved from the archive of the ship was in perfect condition, and it showed people running away in fear from themselves. The hallways were patrolled by doppelgangers dressed in ragged 19th century attire and futuristic silver suits. Their features changed between different eras as they moved around the corridors. Others yelled in static, while others talked in languages that were extinct. Then, in the engine room, a child's handprint was discovered on a pipe. The handprint was radiating a very faint blue color. The DNA testing were able to identify it to a passenger, Emily Hart, who was 8 years old at the time and had boarded the aircraft in 1970. Even yet, the print seemed to have been manufactured only a few hours earlier. In the midst of the investigators' efforts, the Silver Horizon started to deteriorate. Overnight, steel disintegrated into rust, wood shattered into dust, and confetti that had been frozen tumbled to the ground. At the break of morning, the ship evaporated into a shimmering mist, leaving behind just Dr. Voss's notebook, a solitary passenger bracelet from the 1970s, and a mysterious phrase from her last entry, "Because time is not a river. The ocean is there. Further, we are not shipwrecks. Rather, we are currents." In the months that followed, there were stories of ghost sailors arriving off the coast of Guam, a whaler crew from the 19th century talking about metal birds, and a lady dressed as a flapper from the 1920s showing up at a nightclub in Miami, claiming that she had jumped timelines. Meanwhile, Emily Hart's sister, who is now an old woman, got a mail with the postmark 2072 that included a design of a ship that was created by a youngster, as well as a strand of white hair. Despite the fact that the United States government has sealed all records, conspiracy theorists are obsessed with the Kronos 9, who are 9 passengers who are not included on the manifest for the year 1970. What are their names? All persons who match who were born after the year 2020. It is the water that conceals its mysteries. On the other hand, the Silver Horizon continues to cruise about in the voids that exist between the seconds. The United States Department of Temporal Anomalies DTA, a mysterious organization that was established in the aftermath of the Silver Horizon disaster, conducted covert investigations into the 9 persons who were connected to the Kronos 9 plot. Despite the fact that each of them was born many decades after the ship went missing, their biometrics were hauntingly similar to those of passengers who were pronounced deceased in 1970. The person who was the most mysterious was Cale Voss, a quantum physicist who was 32 years old and was said to be a descendant of Dr. Lila Voss. There was merely a paper trail that started suddenly in 1995, and Cale did not have a birth certificate or any photographs from his youth. After being approached by DTA agents, Cale disappeared in the middle of the interview, leaving behind a pocket watch that was ticking in the other direction. "Find the convergence" is engraved on the structure's surface. While this was going on, a deep-sea submersible controlled by a renegade oceanographer named Sophia Marn discovered a temporal echo that was identical to the energy signature of the Silver Horizon. As the group plunged into a dazzling abyss, they were supported financially by the millionaire futurist Elias Rilland, who had been covertly looking for Dr. Voss's technology in order to avoid death. In that location, they discovered a cemetery of ships, ranging from Spanish galleons to a research vessel from the 21st century, all of which were encased in a crystalline substance that defied the laws of physics. However, when Sophia touched the hull of a whaler from the 19th century, she was sent into a vision in which she saw sailors yelling as a doppelganger of the Silver Horizon emerged next to their ship, with passengers of the Silver Horizon pleading with the portholes to be opened. At the conclusion of the vision, a warning was carved into the mast of the whaler's ship, which read, "Beware the tide of shadows. Emily Hart's sister, Margot, who is 78 years old, enlisted the assistance of Marcus Cole, an investigative journalist, in order to decode the mystery letter that was sent in 2072. Within the envelope, the youngster had drawn a picture of the Silver Horizon, which was surrounded by 9 stars and included coordinates that led to a remote community in Alaska. While Marcus was there, he came into a secluded group of drifters who are individuals who claimed that they had traveled across time. A young lady by the name of Leah was one among them, and she had an amazing similarity to this Emily. However, I am 16 years old. Using a series of riddles, Leah said, "The ship is a key. They are the key to the Laku. The people who have been drowned will walk when the tide rises." Before Marcus could ask any more questions, a group of black SUVs arrived at the town. As soon as Leah took his hand, the whole globe began to shake. In 1974, they awakened in front of a laboratory in San Francisco, where a younger version of Margot Hart was having a disagreement with Dr. Lila Voss. In 2026, Cale Voss made a comeback appearance at a meeting on quantum physics that was held in Geneva. As a result of his hijacking of the keynote, a hologram of Dr. Lila's diary was aired, which revealed her actual objective, which was not to manage time, but rather to escape it. In 2072, she had predicted a catastrophe that would be known as a temporal collapse, in which all timelines will disintegrate into chaos. This was a test, and the passengers aboard the Silver Horizon were supposed to plant the seeds of stable realities. The television displayed live video of Rome, which alternated between ruins and a future megacity. But the collapse is already here, Cale proclaimed as the film was scrolling across the screen. Each of the 9 is an anchor. Find them before the tide comes into play. As fear broke out, Cale's corpse began to dissolve into golden particles, leaving the audience with a single question. Was he a messenger, or was he a harbinger? When shades, which are humanoid beings formed of swirling darkness, started to manifest all across the world, the DTA discovered that their greatest nightmares had come true. The Kronos 9 were the target of their attacks, and they absorbed their victims into nothingness. The only person who managed to get away was a young musician by the name of Jacques Rivera, who played a tune on his grandfather's harmonica from the 1970s. Because of the notes, the shade became unstable, and a face was shown underneath it. It was that of Coast Guard officer Maria Reyes, who had boarded the Silver Horizon in the year 2020. The last words said by Maria before she disintegrated were, "They are not invaders. In the timelines that have been wiped out, they are the only remnants of us." As Dr. Lila Voss navigates through a maze of mirrored ships, each of which reflects a different history, she finds herself in a realm that is removed from time. Since she is so determined to correct her error, she scribbles mathematics on the walls. Occasional sightings of other people, such as a sailor from the 19th century and a lady dressed in a hazmat suit from the year 2072, get caught up in the aftermath of the tide. The words, "I thought time was a prison," come out of her mouth as she watches a shade scratch at the glass. Nevertheless, it is the only thing that is preventing us from falling apart. Some people vanish into the streets and are never seen again. Others are found in ways no one expects. For 30 years, Jack O'Reilly was just another face in the crowd, a homeless man surviving on the fringes of California, his past a mystery even to himself. Then, in one shocking moment, everything changed. When the police approached him, he assumed it was another warning to move along. Instead, they handed him the truth. He wasn't who he thought he was. His real name was Jonathan Michael Hartwell, the kidnapped heir to a tech empire, stolen as a baby and lost to the world. Now, after a lifetime of hardship, he was about to reclaim a destiny that should have been his all along. But the past doesn't surrender easily, and some secrets are worth killing for. Over the course of 30 years, Jack O'Reilly had been a ghost, a shadow that moved through the neon-lit alleyways and sun-scorched sidewalks of California. Even more accurately, his name was not Jack at all. It was nothing more than a piece of information that he had acquired along the road, a symbolic representation of a guy who had long since forgotten who he was. After that, on a night when it was pouring rain, Sheriff Daniel Carter entered his life. When the sheriff addressed Jack, his voice was calm but carried an unreadable weight. "Jack," he said, "I need you to come with me." Jack felt his heart palpitating. The police have spoken with him in the past, providing him with warnings to move along and periodic welfare checks, but never in this manner. There was a mixture of compassion, a sense of urgency, and maybe even wonder in Carter's gaze. The next thing that happened was a discovery that would untangle the complex web of Jack's troubled background. It wasn't always the case that Jack was without a home. Once upon a time, he was known as Jonathan Everett, the cherished adopted son of Margaret and Robert Everett, an affluent family from San Francisco. With luxury schools, piano lessons, and summers spent in Napa Valley, his upbringing had been nothing short of a dream. He was a child prodigy, a little lad with a voice that sounded like molten gold, and he was the frontman of a local band that performed at Underground, locations that were completely sold out. On the other hand, his adopted siblings, Lucas and Diane, harbored resentment against him behind closed doors. "You don't belong here," they would murmur to one another. "You're not one of us." As the remarks continued to fester, they tainted his sense of home. One evening, after a fierce altercation, Jack, who was 17 years old, walked out and did not come back home. Over the course of 30 years, he roamed aimlessly, his memories becoming muddled in the haze of survival. Sheriff Carter took Jack to a precinct office that was quite quiet. On the table was a thick file that had yellowed as it approached the edges. "There was more to your birth name than merely Jonathan Everett," Carter said in a quiet voice. It was Jonathan Michael Hartwell. Before the sheriff brought before an old newspaper piece, Jack had no idea what the term signified. Infant son of tech mogul abducted in 1975, $10 million ransom, never paid. It seemed as if Jack's blood had frozen. According to the information provided in the report, Michael Hartwell, the heir to the Hartwell Microchips Company, had been taken from his cradle when he was 9 months old. The kidnappers had demanded a staggering sum of money, but the family refused to pay because they believed that doing so would put him in much greater risk. The case was never solved until now. Jack was found to be a 98.7% match to the Hartwells according to a recent DNA test that was conducted with the intention of identifying John Doe. Throughout their hunt, the Hartwells had never given up. Eleanor, Michael's mother, had spent decades supporting private investigations, while Richard, Michael's father, buried his sorrow in work before dying of a heart attack in 1992. Michael's mother had spent decades funding private investigations. However, Eleanor was very much alive. At the same time, she had been searching for him each and every day. It was like looking into a mirror when I first saw Eleanor. We both had the same piercing blue eyes and the same resolute jaw. As she clung to his face and said, "My baby," My miracle, she broke down in tears. However, the reality was far murkier than anybody had anticipated. Jack had not only been taken captive, but he had also been sold. He was adopted by the Everett family, who had been looking for a kid for a very long time. An unscrupulous attorney put them in contact with a clandestine adoption arrangement. The only thing they were aware of was that he was missing and needed a place to live. Both Diane and Lucas, they were aware of it. It wasn't simply envy that drove them to hate. It was also guilt. Now Jack, who was Michael, was at a fork in the path. Even his original family wished for him to return. He was the owner of the Hartwell wealth. What about the Everetts? Despite the fact that their hands were dirty, they had not stopped loving him. And then there was Diane, who went in search of him as tears were streaming down her face. As she begged, "I was just a kid," she said. "I was unable to comprehend. Sorry, I'm very sorry." Was he able to forgive? Were he able to begin again? Only one thing was certain. Jack O'Reilly had left the building. Jonathan Michael Hartwell, what about you? The beginning of his tale had just begun. The next year, a new technology firm called Second Chances came into being. This foundation assists homeless people in reuniting with their family. When he cut the ribbon, the company's chief executive officer, a golden-haired guy who kept a guitar always at hand, grinned. Someone referred to it as a miracle. Jack has just asserted that it is fair. As Jonathan Michael Hartwell began to adjust to his new existence, which included reestablishing contact with his birth mother, Eleanor, and becoming aware of the immense empire to which he was now the heir, he was unable to escape the sensation that something was incorrect. As a result of the cutting-edge microprocessor technology that was available in the 1970s and 1980 seconds, the Hartwell wealth was enormous. Vast prosperity, however, was accompanied with vast darkness. While Jonathan was going through old family records one evening, he came across a series of encrypted messages that were sent between his late father, Richard, and a person who was only referred to as the benefactor. If the truth about the boy gets out, everything collapses. According to a particular message. What is the truth? And then Victor Cray appeared. An elegant gentleman with silver hair and a fitted suit made an appearance at Jonathan's charity event. He was observing him from the other side of the room with eyes that were icy and calculating. As Jonathan approached him, Victor smiled, displaying a demeanor that was on the border of being courteous. Victor said, "You have a striking resemblance to your father. A shame Richard never got to see the man you became." Victor thrust an antique pocket watch into his hand before Jonathan could come up with a response. It was the identical pocket watch that was featured in the old abduction news articles. "Hello, Michael, and welcome back. I hope we can chat soon." Following then, he disappeared among the throng. During the course of his inquiry, Jonathan came to a startling realization. The Hartwells had not only been kidnapped, they were the intended adversary. As a result of the innovative nature of Richard Hartwell's microchip innovations, a competing technology consortium known as Cray Industries had arranged for Jonathan's kidnapping in order to gain leverage. As a result of Richard's refusal to sign up his patents, they ended up selling the kid on the underground market, with the assumption that he would vanish forever. Nevertheless, Victor Cray had failed to account for two things. The Everetts fostered him without their knowledge. In the course of many decades, DNA technology revealed the truth. Now, Jonathan was not just an heir who had been recovered. He was also a danger. His adopted sister, Diane Everett, surfaced once again, and this time she had a confession with her. She confessed, "I knew," while shaking with fear. Not at first, but in the future. On his father's desk Lucas discovered several paperwork. We were apprehensive. Everyone would be sent to jail if they discovered that we were having you. It caused Jonathan's gut to twist. Did any of his own siblings assist in covering up the truth? Then the shocking revelation arrived. Diane hushed. Lucas didn't just hate you. He was paid to keep you away, as she leaned in close to listen. Someone was watching us all these years. The action was taken by Victor Cray. Jonathan was suddenly confronted with an ambush outside of his apartment on a cloudy night in San Francisco. A group of individuals dressed in black coerced him into entering a vehicle, but not before he was able to transmit a signal of concern to Sheriff Carter. When the vehicle came to a halt, Jonathan discovered that he was inside of a Hartwell semiconductor facility that had been abandoned, directly with Victor in person. The sneering voice of Victor said, "You're supposed to remain lost. Your father's haughtiness passed away along with him. You too will do so now." Nevertheless, Jonathan was not the same shattered guy who had been homeless for decades and wandering the streets. He resisted as well. It was a challenge. The sound of a gunshot, the howl of sirens that are getting closer. Despite the fact that Victor managed to flee, Jonathan was able to get a key from his pocket. The answer to every problem. The key led to a safety deposit box that contained Richard Hartwell's ultimate secret, which was a prototype of the next generation of artificial intelligence that had been buried to protect Cray Industries from discovering it. That had a value of billions. Furthermore, that was the reason why Jonathan had been taken away. Given that Victor was still in the world, and that Jonathan was in charge of the Hartwell legacy, he was faced with a decision: continue to fade into obscurity, or climb to prominence as the heir that his father had always meant for him to be. 1 year later, Hartwell-Cray Dynamics was established. It was a merger that was compelled by the force of legal authority, and Jonathan was in charge of it. Who is Victor? He was deprived of his kingdom. The Second Chances program extended its network of homeless shelters throughout the country. As the anniversary of his homecoming approached, Jonathan found himself finally at peace as he stood at the grave of his father. Then his phone began to buzz. It is a message from a number that is unknown. "Michael, and you have emerged victorious. However, the conflict is not yet done." A picture of a little child who had blue eyes much like his own was included in the attachment. Beneath the waves, where sunlight fades into eternal night, lies a world untouched by time and a secret that should have stayed buried. When marine biologist Nolan Carter and his team discover a sunken plane off the California coast, they uncover more than just wreckage. Inside the shattered cabin, they find evidence of something impossible: recent movement. A handprint in the silt, a barricaded cockpit, and a single chilling message. As Nolan's obsession deepens, he follows the trail into the abyss where missing ships and submarines litter the ocean floor like offerings. But the deeper he goes, the clearer the horrifying truth becomes. The drowned don't die. They change, and they've been waiting for him. Let us know where you are watching from and what time you found this video. We read every single comment and subscribe for more inspiring content. The seas off the coast of California are a deep blue, and the sunlight disappears into an unending abyss. A group of divers went into the unknown depths under the surface of the ocean. It was the intention of the expedition, which was led by marine researcher Nolan Carter, to investigate the thriving coral reefs that were found at these depths. But destiny had other expectations for them. As they proceeded farther into the water, the terrain around them began to change. The sounds of whales in the distance reverberated like eerie whispers as schools of silver fish moved quickly away from the area. Then, through the changing curtains of blue, something that was not quite natural emerged, a jagged silhouette that seemed completely out of place in this tranquil underwater environment. A jet that has sunk. The wings of the aircraft were fractured, as if they were the bones of an ancient leviathan, and the fuselage was partially submerged in the sea. The marks of a commercial airplane, which had disappeared from radar decades before, were still visible on the paint, despite the fact that it had faded. During the signal, Nolan's heart quickened, and he addressed his squad. This wasn't merely a whole ordeal. One of the wrecks had gone missing. As they reached the gaping maw of the aircraft's torn open interior, the divers approached it with careful kicks of their fins. In front of them, the black interior yawned like an open tomb that was being swallowed up by the sea. As the beam of Nolan's flashlight penetrated the darkness, it revealed rows of seats, some of which were still fastened in place, while others had been torn apart by the force of the hit. Then the inconceivable ensued. Just a handprint. It is fresh. Rather of being carved into algae or worn away by the passage of time, it has adhered to the layer of silt that covers an overhead chamber. The impression that someone or something had been inside not too long ago. It was as if Nolan's blood had frozen. That was not to be expected. The aircraft had been missing for more than 30 years at that point. There were no survivors. Not a single body was found. His radio made a crackling sound. The voice of Maya, one of his divers, could be heard coming from farther inside the wreckage. She spoke with a fearful tone in her voice. "Nolan, it is imperative that you see this." While swimming farther inside the vessel, Nolan saw Maya hanging close to the cockpit. Although the door was sealed shut, it was not damaged or corroded in any way. From the inside, it had been covered with barricades. The surface of the metal was scarred by deep and furious scratches, giving the impression that someone had made a valiant effort to claw their way out. In addition, a tiny, watertight container was found on the ground, partially submerged in the mud. Inside was a solitary notepad that had been soaked in water. Despite the fact that the pages were almost impossible to see, one line stuck out in the smeared ink. "They're still down here." A sound that rippled throughout the wreckage was a deep mechanical creak, and it occurred as Nolan was staring at the words. Within the cockpit, there was a sudden movement of something. There was a narrow escape for the divers. Upon returning to the surface, they recounted their discoveries while struggling to catch their breath. Nevertheless, no one believed them. According to the police, the fresh handprint was a trick of the light, and the notebook was interpreted as the ravings of a passenger who was about to be killed. However, Nolan was aware of it, mainly due to the fact that his light had caught movement in the smashed glass of the airplane when he finally turned to depart, watching as a face that is pale. And with a smile, Nolan sat in his study many weeks later, poring over the pages of the journal that had been decoded. It was the last entry that sent shivers down his spine. They informed us that there was no water in the ocean. That was not the case. It is not the collision that will destroy you. It is the thing that follows. It was that evening that Nolan got a phone call. There was yet another wreck that had been found. This time it was a submarine. Furthermore, the same word was etched on the hull of the vessel. "They're still down here." To that end, Nolan made preparations to dive once again, despite his better judgment otherwise, because there are certain secrets that refuse to be hidden. Also, there are certain doors that should never be opened. Unable to shake the vision of that face in the cockpit, Nolan was unable to go on. The image of it, pallid and bloated from years spent in the depths, but undeniably alive, continued to haunt his nightmares. The most distressing aspect had been the eyes, aware, yet not vacant or lifeless in any way. It was the finding of the submersible that altered everything. A nuclear submarine from the time of the Cold War, the USS Valkyrie, had disappeared in 1968. The official word is that it was a terrible accident. However, Nolan had a sneaking suspicion that the reality was far more dire. His squad dropped into the pitch-black darkness, the huge hull of the submarine towering over them like a mausoleum made of steel. In contrast to the aircraft, this accident displayed indications of purposeful sabotage via the fact that the hatch had been blasted out from the inside. From the inside, the hallways were a living nightmare. As if men had forced their way through the walls, they were showing signs of being clawed at. Not because of the passage of time, but because of something urgent, emergency lockers were ripped apart. And last, the logs of the crew. Except for one entry, which was strangely unaltered, the most of them were flooded beyond repair. Day 17. We can find them in the walls. The bulkheads were sealed, yet they still managed to find a way in. The captain has left. Much of engineering is the same way. You won't be killed by them. They just whisk you away. Then you return with an incorrect answer. The hands of Nolan were shaking. Same wording as before. The same terrifying feeling. After then, there was a sound. Deeper in the subfield, there is a sluggish and wet dragging sound. In response to the sound, Maya's light began to flicker. It seemed to be a dead body at first. The skin was waxy and stretched out, and it was covered with algae. But after that, it moved. To avoid swimming. Crawling is the word. Fingers that are excessively lengthy and joints that are excessively flexible. Its limbs bent in ways that shouldn't be conceivable. Also, its faces. No, there is no face. It's just anything that features one. The squad narrowly fled, but not before Nolan noticed more of them, shadows moving in the flooded compartments, observing. Their escape was narrowly successful. We are waiting. While Nolan was back on shore, he went over the declassified papers. There was no escape from the pattern. During the year 1945, a Navy pilot reported seeing men walking on the ocean floor before disappearing. After detecting unknown biological signals close to the trench in 1968, the Valkyrie vanishes without a trace. Flight 427 goes down in 1989 under strange circumstances. The transcripts from the air traffic control cite screams followed by stillness. And last, the aeroplane. It is the sub. There was something that was gathering wreckage. Nolan was aware that he needed to return. The members of his crew made their way back to the aircraft, armed with sonar scanners and deep-sea cameras. They discovered something new this time, which was a tunnel that was located under the wreck and led directly down, onward into the trench, off into the night. A variety of forms appeared on the sonar, a large number of them, moving forward, ascending. After then, the radio began to crackle with a voice that was not supposed to be there. Nolan, come home. Could you hear Maya's voice? 3 days earlier, Maya had passed away due to drowning. The last signal from Nolan's squad was scrambled and agitated, and it read as follows. They're not dead. They're just changed the waters wrong here. Then there was complete quiet. The corpses of those individuals were never found. 6 months later, however, a fishing boat brought up a diving helmet that was in a shredded state. On the inside, there is a single note that was penned by Nolan. They're waiting for you too, in addition, if you pay great attention throughout the night, close to the water's edge. They can be heard by you. Dialing in. The water has never been known to reveal its secrets. But at this point, it was speaking. A seasoned trawler skipper by the name of Elias Ruiz brought in a net that was so heavy that the winch moaned in protest. This achievement occurred 6 months after Nolan went missing. The crew of his vessel retreated in fear as the catch spilled over the deck. It is not fish. It is bones. Ribs, femurs, and skulls of human beings, all of which were picked clean and marked. It seemed as if something with razor-sharp claws had etched strange designs on the bone before it was discovered. In addition, a corroded flight recorder from Flight 427 was found entangled among them also. The sound was unbearable to listen to when it was played back. They are inside the cabin. Mayday, mayday, must be called. They are not human, as stated in the static. I hear a wet, ripping sound, and then I say, God, they're in the walls, they are in the walls. After then, a fresh voice emerged. A guttural word. It's not true. We are. Everywhere, to conduct the investigation, a marine microbiologist by the name of Dr. Lillian Voss was employed. Answers were essential for the government. All of the families want resolution. Lillian built a new team consisting of Kai Mendoza is a deep-sea remotely operated vehicle ROV pilot who has a talent for locating wrecks. A former Russian submariner named Dmitry Volkov, who claimed to have seen things in the Coral Trench. Sophie Carter is the younger sister of Nolan Carter. In that location, she was not meant to be. Even so, she showed up. They are tasked with discovering the tunnel. The submersible Abyss Hunter sank into the darkness, the captain said. Pressure was crushing at a height of 3,000 meters. It was around 4,000 that the sonar started to malfunction, displaying shapes that moved in opposition to the current. After that, they witnessed it. This is the tunnel. There is a gaping fissure on the ocean below, and its outside is surrounded by jagged rock, as well as debris. Not just submarines and airplanes. The vessels. Galleons from antiquity. Destroyers. All of them were pulled down and hollowed down. On his own, Dmitri made a cross. Not a trench. This is not. These are the nests. The lights of the ROV shone through the darkness. The walls of the tunnel were alive, and they pulsed with bioluminescent tendrils that seemed like veins to the naked eye. In addition, figures are clinging to them. They had a humanoid appearance, but their skin was stretched out and connected with bizarre chitinous growths. They had not passed away. They were progressing in some way. Lillian's breath abruptly stopped. Oh, my God. It is like a colony. They are adjusting to the new environment. After then, the feed from the ROV became static. In addition, the hull of the submersible was struck by something. Sophie made a desperate attempt to reach the communications. Nolan, unfortunately, it was not her brother who answered the phone. There were a lot of voices. With a childlike grin, Sophie, we said, we missed you. A lady weeping, join us. Nolan's voice, but incorrect. The water is at a comfortable temperature here. The metal of the submersible formed a grudge. In the open air, the animals moved closer together. After then, the lights suddenly went out. The Abyss Hunter was never seen again after that. A week later, however, a buoy located off the coast of Chile picked up a convoluted distress signal. A choir of voices, some of which are human and others of which are not, echoed only 3 words. We are rising. These words are being read on your mobile device. On the laptop you're using. Do you happen to be close to a beach? It's possible that you're plotting a dive. Pay careful attention. The sea is quite enormous. Also, it is starving. In the quiet town of Willowbrook, where white picket fences gleamed and neighbors greeted each other with warm smiles, no one suspected the horror lurking beneath the surface. Olivia Carter was a devoted mother to her cheerful 2-year-old son, Benjamin, until the day she noticed his strange, persistent itching. What began as a mother's concern soon spiraled into a nightmare of betrayal, conspiracy, and unspeakable evil. Let us know where you're watching from and what time you found this video. We read every single comment. The Carter family seemed to be the epitome of perfection in the lovely and apparently idyllic hamlet of Willowbrook, Illinois, where white picket fences shone brightly in the afternoon sun and neighbors greeted one another with pleasantries over freshly made pies. Benjamin Carter, who was just 2 years old at the time, was a lovable youngster with golden curls and a giggle that could warm even the most dispassionate of hearts. Olivia Carter was his mother, and she doted on him never-endingly, making sure that his environment was as secure and loving as it could possibly be. On the other hand, something ominous was growing under the surface of this pleasant household environment. Benjamin would wriggle and writhe in his high chair, his little hands tearing at his diaper. This was the beginning of the problem. At first, Olivia thought it was only a slight rash and used lotions and powders to treat it. However, the behavior continued to become worse. At that moment, his once jovial chuckles transformed into whimpers of pain, and his sparkling blue eyes were clouded with something that Olivia was unable to name, and that something was dread. Over the course of many weeks, Olivia's disquiet developed into a full-blown fear. The pain that Benjamin experienced was not a random occurrence. Rather, it occurred at specified periods, including after his grandpa, Harold, had spent time alone with him. With a kind grin and a fondness for giving sweets to the children in the neighborhood, Harold Carter was a respected member of the community. He had retired from teaching and was a schoolteacher. Without a doubt, no one would ever accuse him of doing anything odd. However, Olivia's maternal instincts shouted that there was a significant problem with the situation. When Olivia pretended to leave the home one afternoon, she did so under the premise of conducting errands. However, she really left the front door slightly ajar and lurked behind the couch in the living room, filming her phone. The events that followed would torment her for the rest of her life. When Harold entered the room, his normally cheery mood seemed to change the instant he realized he was by alone. While he was leaning over Benjamin's crib, his voice, which was normally sweet and soothing, became cold. "What a mischievous young man you have been, haven't you? Are you going to talk to your mother about our little secret?" Benjamin let out a moan because his little body was shaking. After then, Harold had the unimaginable happen. The weird powdered material was contained inside a little glass vial that he took out of his pocket and filled with it. He put his finger inside and sprinkled it into Benjamin's diaper while pressing it on his skin. He did this with a terrifying smirk on his face. Blood began to run cold in Olivia. As Harold's face contorted in anger, she screamed and ran out of her hiding spot, grabbing Benjamin and removing him from the situation. An instant contact was placed to the authorities, and when they tested the material, the results were even more horrible than Olivia could have ever believed was possible. Fiberglass that has been crushed up. Benjamin was suffering from an intolerable itching and rash that was caused by Harold's practice of sprinkling minute shards of fiberglass into his diaper. This was a cruel kind of torture that was camouflaged as a simple rash. However, the issue that remained was why. The more the detectives delved, the more they discovered about Harold's troubled history. Prior to becoming a well-liked educator, he had been fired from a different school for reasons that remain a mystery. Ex-students have come forward to share their experiences of being picked out by him and experiencing rashes that cannot be explained. However, what is the most unsettling discovery? There was more to this than Harold just doing it for fun. He was doing experiments. His perverted mind was under the impression that he could entirely control a kid if he could teach them to link pain with disobedience. Benjamin was the most recent issue he dealt with. The residents of Willowbrook were put in a state of disbelief, and their confidence was broken. Olivia, who having been through a traumatic experience, went on to become a champion for child safety, guaranteeing that no other parent would go through what she had. What about Harold, then? He never again saw the outside of a cell that he was incarcerated in. Are you Benjamin? His childhood was free of the itching. Nevertheless, the wounds, both visible and invisible, would never disappear. Despite the fact that the arrest of Harold Carter sent shockwaves across Willowbrook. The horror was not yet finished. As Olivia sat in her living room, clinging to Benjamin tightly, her phone began to buzz incessantly. It was messages from other parents, which were first reluctant, but eventually poured in like floods bursting through a dam. My daughter had the same rash last year. The doctors said it was eczema, but it only happened after my son stayed with his uncle. Olivia, it is imperative that we have a conversation. It's not simply Harold to blame. She scrolled with her hands shaking as she did so. Harold wasn't acting on his own either. The primary detective on Harold's case, Detective Rebecca Shaw, had a sneaking suspicion that something more sinister was going on from the very beginning. It was not something that the typical individual simply had sitting around. Rather, fiberglass was something that was industrial and specialized. What about Harold's unruffled manner when he was being questioned? Too much experience. Police discovered ledgers during their search of his residence. Names, dates, and symptoms are all required. The names of the children. And next to each name, there is a counterpart, one who has been of assistance. Dr. Ethan Price, the well-liked doctor in Willowbrook, was found to have been involved, which was the most unsettling finding. In reality, the individual who had disregarded Benjamin's rashes as common irritation was the one who was providing Harold with fiberglass powder and cleaning up the evidence. But why is that? Detective Shaw decided to dig further. Price's medical license had been revoked in another state many years ago due to the fact that he violated ethical standards by conducting experiments on foster children. Following his disappearance, he reappeared in Willowbrook, but this time under a different identity. Is that Harold? But he was more than simply a granddad. Price's previous town was where he had worked as a teacher in the past. Even terrible than anybody could have anticipated was the reality. Both Price and Harold were participants in a bizarre psychological experiment that had been going on for many decades. The experiment included testing pain-based training on youngsters. They were under the impression that if a kid could be schooled via the experience of suffering, then they could be shaped into the ideal subjects who would obey. In addition, Willowbrook, with its dependable and tightly knit population, was the ideal place to go hunting or fishing. As the scope of the inquiry expanded, parents came forward with horrifying accounts, including the following: a little girl who would scream whenever she was touched on the shoulder, which was the location where Price had administered a dose of a mild irritant to her as part of a vaccine. An example of a youngster who refused to consume food after being given meals that included capsaicin in an effort to teach him discipline. The disappearances are the worst problem of all. There have been 3 cases of youngsters going missing after attending Price's clinic during the course of the last 5 years. The tests were unsuccessful, right? Or had they been transported to a more undesirable location? An abandoned farmhouse on the outskirts of town was located by the police after they conducted a frantic search. What is underneath it? An underground bunker. A limited number of rusting cages, medical equipment, and shackles were discovered within the building. No children, however. In a hurry, there was just one note that was left behind. Subject 12 has been moved to a new location. The work is still ongoing. Neither Price nor Harold were the only ones involved. This was not the only one. Also, they were still present throughout the world. Things would never be the same in Willowbrook again. The parents went away, the number of lawsuits increased, and the streets, which were previously quiet, now bore a sense of impending anxiety. While Olivia and Benjamin were leaving town, she made a solemn promise: I will find the rest of them. Also, what about Price? It was the night before his trial when his body was discovered inside his cell. According to them, suicide. The syringe imprint that was found on his neck, however, revealed a different narrative. Someone had put an end to his voice. Consequently, This indicated that the experiment was still active. Although it had been a year since Olivia and Benjamin had left Willowbrook, the dreams continued to plague them like never before. She was able to see them each and every time she closed her eyes. The cages, the needles, and the ledger that had Benjamin's name inside of a red circle. Then the email came at that moment. No name given. Without a trace. Subject 12 is still alive at this time. Come meet me in the old mill if you are interested in finding the other people. At midnight. Come by yourself. The mill stood prominently in the shadows, its shattered windows acting as if they were watching her with empty eyes. She was no longer naive, and Olivia firmly grasped the pepper spray that she had in her pocket. There was a person that emerged from the darkness. Miss Mira Langley, the nurse who had previously worked at Price's clinic. One of the few individuals who had not been imprisoned. You need to see this, Mira murmured to Olivia as she pressed a USB stick into her hand. This is not only an experiment being conducted on them. Changes are being made to them. When Olivia got back to her room at the hotel, she plugged the drive-in. It was a grainy surveillance film that suddenly sprang to life. There is a clean white room. A youngster, identified as Subject 12, shackled to a table. There was something that Price injected into their spine as he bent over them. From that point on, the shouting began. However, it was not the cry of a youngster. There was something more profound. It's not true. At a later point in time, the film switched to the child's fingers becoming longer. The pupils in their eyes dilated into lines. After that, they ran through the constraints like paper, tearing them apart. In the depths of the forest, Mira's coordinates lead to a defunct mental health facility that had been abandoned. They moved the children here after the raid, according to her account. They call it the nursery. Olivia's blood became chilled to the bone, due to the fact that if the youngsters were still at large, in what form had they evolved? A basement entry was used by them to gain entry. Aromas of disinfectant and something horribly sweet could be detected in the air. Then they heard a low clicking sound with a guttural quality. The first kid manifested themselves from the darkness. Eyes that are dark. Extremely large mouth. Fingers that terminate in bony tips that are sharp. But what is the worst of it all? Benjamin's voice questioned, "Mama?" in a raspy manner. Olivia took a little step back. She was recognized by it. The sound of gunfire reverberated as Mira's spotlight swung randomly. Rather of being insects, the animals, which were really youngsters, crawled down the walls. One made a lunge. Olivia narrowly evaded the attack, and she perceived the sound of claws whizzing by her ear. Only a few of them managed to escape alive. On the next morning, the hospital was completely destroyed by fire. There were no corpses discovered. A fire caused by electricity was described by the news. But Olivia was aware of the reality. It is still possible to find them. We are waiting, altering oneself, developing further than one day. They are going to return. James had always thought of himself as a guy who was grounded in reality. It became intolerable for him to be alone in his flat when he relocated to the hectic metropolis of Seattle in order to fulfill a new job. The walls resounded with the sound of loneliness, and the accumulation of empty takeaway containers only served to exacerbate the situation. During that time, he made the decision to have a dog as a friend in order to fill the vacuum. There were a lot of dogs excitedly barking and wagging their tails at the shelter, but there was one dog that stuck out. A scruffy dog with golden hair and eyes that were so profound and melancholy that they seemed to store decades' worth of tales that had never been spoken. His tag had the name Buster, but James did not believe that it was an appropriate moniker for him. The dog approached James with reluctance and pressed a worn-out white ball into his hand with his nose. He crouched down and the dog gradually approached. James hushed Teddy as he said, "I'll call you Teddy." Bringing Teddy back home, however, was not the fairy tale he had envisioned it to be. It seemed as if the dog was clutching to that shredded ball as if it were a lifeline. The dog was far away. Never once did he show James his affection by wagging his tail or curling up next to him on the sofa when James arrived home. The alternative was for Teddy to stand at the front door, in an unusual and tight position, with his ears pricked and his body taut, as if he were waiting for someone who never showed up. Over the course of many months, James experimented with everything, including toys, gifts, and extended strolls in the park. Teddy, on the other hand, maintained his distance, his eyes always looking for something that James was unable to comprehend. James took the difficult choice, which was accompanied by a tremendous burden of guilt. Maybe Teddy would be better if he were to return to the shelter and live with a new family. Around the time that he was packing Teddy's possessions in the garage, a little envelope that had yellowed and fluttered out of an old blanket. It was as if Teddy, who had been dozing off throughout the morning, suddenly sprung to life. It was the first time that his tail was wagging frantically, and his nose was pushing the letter with a passionate exclamation of joy. When James took it up, he was perplexed. There was no mistaking the words, despite the fact that the paper was frail and the ink had faded. "To the person who discovers my Buster, therefore, I am no longer here if you are reading this. My physicians have informed me that I do not have much time left, and the most difficult aspect is not the agony. Rather, it is the realization that I will never see my closest friend again. When I was going through everything, Buster was there for me. It was his very first toy, and he is quite fond of his white ball. I used to get home from work around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, which is why he waits at the door at that time. Moreover, if he seems withdrawn and depressed, it is because he is missing me. Would you kindly adore him for me? I have never seen a better dog than he is." Mr. Daniel, when James glanced down at Teddy, also known as Buster, who was now staring at him with those soulful eyes, and had his tail beating lightly on the floor, his eyesight became blurry because to the tears that he was crying. A number of things, including the peculiar conduct, the white ball, and the waiting outside the entrance, made perfect sense. Teddy had not been dismissing James in any way. He was experiencing grief. James knelt down and wrapped his arms around the dog while he remained on his knees. "I'm so sorry, buddy," he said in a low voice. "I didn't know." In addition, for the very first time, Teddy moved in close to James, placing his head on his shoulder as if to convey the message, "It's all right. Here I am, prepared." From that point on, everything was different. James posted the letter that Daniel had written beside the door, framing it as a reminder of the love that Teddy had experienced and the love that he still had at his disposal. Furthermore, on a daily basis at 5 o'clock in the evening, rather than waiting by himself, Teddy would bring his ball to James, fully set to play, because there are times when understanding is the first step toward mending. In addition, the hearts that are the most shattered are the ones that tend to teach us the most about love. In the course of the weeks that went into months, James and Teddy's relationship became stronger in ways that James had never imagined were conceivable. There was a time when the dog would keep his distance from him, but now he would follow him from room to room, his eyes, which had been sad, now shining with trust. However, there was one enigma that James was unable to solve, and that was the one who had loved Teddy before he did. To Daniel. For James, the name remained in his memory like a novel that was left incomplete. James brought out the letter once again and investigated the deteriorating handwriting of the letter as Teddy was sleeping next to him on the sofa one evening. A notion occurred to him. What if Daniel had parents and siblings? And what if there was still someone out there who was curious about what had happened to Teddy? It was with a resolute exhalation that James opened his laptop and started looking for anything. The name Daniel was not an unusual one. Yet, when he considered the information included in the letter, which described a guy who had gone away due to sickness and who had owned a golden-haired dog called Buster, he thought that there could be a trail. After spending a considerable amount of time looking through old social media postings and obituaries, he finally came across it, a memorial page for Daniel Reyes, a music instructor who had passed away from cancer 2 years before. There was a snapshot of a guy with nice eyes and a smile on his face, and behind it, there was a photo of a stream of comments from former pupils and friends. Only one stood out. "Each and every day, Danny, I miss you. I really hope that Buster was able to find a nice home. It was the dog that you loved more than anything else." By Lisa Reyes, who posted this. It is Lisa. Is it a sister? Is it a wife? James felt his heartbeat speed. After a moment of hesitation, he proceeded to send a kind tribute via the memorial page. "Hello there. My name is James. I believe I took in Daniel's dog as my own. Although his name was Buster, I came to refer to him as Teddy. I came upon a letter." He was surprised by how quickly the response arrived. "Oh my God. Do you have some Buster?" It was just an hour away. Lisa Reyes lived there. On the next Saturday, when James and Teddy arrived at her modest, bright home, Teddy froze the instant the vehicle door opened. James and Teddy had made their way there. His nose seemed to raise into the air as if he had caught a fragrance that he had not experienced in years, and his ears began to quiver. Teddy then raced for the porch, where Lisa was standing with her hands pressed to her lips, before James had even had a chance to unbuckle his leash. She said in a hushed voice, "Buster," with his whole body shaking. Teddy came to a rest at her feet after skidding to a standstill. Then, with a cry, he threw his white ball at her shoes, exactly as he had done for James on the very first day that he had been at the shelter. Lisa's eyes welled up with tears. While she was kneeling, she encircled him with her arms. She spat. "You remember me," as she struggled to speak. "You remember Danny." At the same time that James stared with his throat constricted, Teddy showered Lisa with kisses, his tail wagging so vigorously that his whole body trembled. At that moment, it seemed as if a component of him had at long last been reassembled. James was informed by Lisa about everything, including how Daniel had brought Teddy up from the time he was a puppy, and how the two had been inseparable up to the time when the disease seized over. In the aftermath of Daniel's passing, she was the one who handed up Teddy to the shelter, despite the fact that she was unable to provide anything for him. At the same time as she was wiping her tears, she added, "I prayed every night that he would find someone kind, and it was him who brought you to Danny's letter." That is not a confluence of events. James's swallow was forceful. "I had planned on bringing him back to the shelter," she said. "If only I hadn't discovered that message." Squeezing his hand, Lisa reached across the table and began to do so. "But you did. Now, Teddy, also known as Buster, had 2 homes. James kept him throughout the week, but on the weekends, they would go to Lisa's home. When they arrived, Teddy would run inside the house like a puppy, smelling every corner as if to make sure that nothing had changed. A picture book of Daniel and Teddy's experiences, including hikes, visits to the beach, and lazy Sundays, was shown to James by Lisa. James found out that the white ball was from Daniel's previous soccer squad, and that Teddy's peculiar position at the door was precisely how he used to wait for Daniel to get home. And as James saw Teddy tuck himself onto Lisa's lap, comfortable in a manner that he had never been before, he came to the realization that something was at play. The purpose of this was not limited to just reuniting Teddy with a piece of his history. His tale needed to be expanded with the addition of a new chapter. Because love is not about making up for something that has been lost. The key is to make place for more things. Teddy remained the bridge between two worlds even after the passage of time, despite the fact that his muzzle had become gray and his feet had become somewhat slower. The affection that James and Lisa had for the scruffy golden puppy, who had helped them both in ways that neither of them could have anticipated, had brought them together to form a strong friendship. James observed Teddy loitering by the front entrance once again during the fall afternoon, when the leaves were turning flaming hues of red and gold amongst the changing scenery. It was not in his usual stiff attitude. Rather, he was peacefully holding his white ball in his teeth with a gentle grip. In the same manner that he had done on the day that they first met, Teddy pushed the ball into his palm as James knelt down next to him. "You want to go see Lisa, buddy?" Inquiring while rubbing behind Teddy's ears, James questioned. In response, the dog's tail made a single thumping sound. However, when they got to Lisa's residence, they discovered that something had changed. Unlike his typical behavior, Teddy did not bind up the stairs. Rather than that, he made his way carefully to the backyard, where he saw a little stone positioned under a maple tree. This was a memorial monument that James had never seen previously. To honor the memories of Daniel Reyes, a cherished educator, brother, and friend, until we meet again, Teddy sat down next to it, letting out a soft sigh as he planted his chin in the ground and laid down. While Lisa had been tending to the plants, she suddenly glanced up in astonishment. She murmured, "He never does that," while she waited. Not even when Danny first, her voice became less audible. The lump that James felt in his throat began to grow. He came to a crouching position next to Teddy and ran his hand over the dog's back. "You miss him today, huh?" With his eyes half closed, Teddy let out a long, deep breath. The wind rustled the leaves above them, sprinkling sunshine like golden dust over the three of them, the man who had given Teddy a second chance, the lady who had loved him first, and the dog who had loved them all in return. As James was getting ready to depart later that evening, Lisa stopped him at the door, where he was standing. "You know," she said in a low voice, "Danny always said that dogs don't just love. They remember," perpetually, putting pressure on James' hand. She pushed the white ball. "I think he'd want you to have this. It was a peaceful journey back home." Teddy continued to sleep in the back seat, his breathing still regular and slow. At the moment when James arrived at the garage, he did not immediately exit the vehicle. Instead of that, he rolled the ball over in his palms and examined the worn markings and ragged edges of the basketball. After that, he flashed a grin. Love, he came to know, is not something that can be measured in years. Things like letters discovered, doors left open, and balls dropped at feet like promises are all examples of moments that are used to quantify it. As Teddy made his way inside, he took a moment to gently prod James' hand with his nose before curling up in his preferred position. James was aware of the following. Some relationships are eternal. They are just getting deeper. For the most part, tattoos are intended to be permanent. But what if yours had a life of its own? When Raphael got her first tattoo, she intended for it to be a representation of her independence. On the contrary, it turned into a nightmare. There is a creeping disease. There was a voice of her own. Furthermore, by the time she uncovered the reality, which was that the ink was living, hungry, and far older than mankind itself, it was already too late. It is now spreading across the population. The hive is beginning to awaken. Moreover, if you have ever had your hand on a tattoo needle, let us know where you are watching from and what time you found this video. We read every single comment and subscribe for more inspiring content. Whether or not you are aware of it, it is possible that you are already a member of Ouroboros. Raphael had just turned 18 years old, and just like many other people her age, she wanted to commemorate her newly acquired freedom with something that would last a lifetime, She wanted to get her first tattoo. The new artist in town was a man who worked out of a studio that was barely lit and was located above a pawn store. Her pals were crazy about him. His work is extremely insane, they said. Super cheap, too. While Raphael was getting the needle ready, he wasn't paying any attention to the crumbling wallpaper in the studio or the artist's hands that were shaking. He was excited yet frightened. She was able to block out her uncertainties by the buzzing sound, and when it was ended, she took a moment to appreciate the small black snake that was curled around her wrist. It was flawless in every way. On the other hand, the fever came a month later. She dismissed it at first, thinking that it was nothing more than a glitch. Panic began to set in when her fever reached 104 degrees Fahrenheit and refused to lower, despite the fact that she was taking the most powerful medications. Next, the spots appeared. Her tattoo was accompanied by a series of tiny red blisters that bubbled up like frog skin and expanded outward. The medical professionals were completely perplexed. There was no obvious cause for the blood tests, scans, or biopsies. Then, when one of the lab technicians was stooped over a microscope, he said, "It's moving." Raphael's tattoo included more than simply ink. It was unique. In addition to it, there was something living. The so-called artist had been doing experiments in which he combined tattoo ink with a rare parasite organism that successfully flourished in human flesh. She was not only wearing a design of a viper on her wrist. There was a host. Moreover, it was expanding. The physicians were in a hurry. With the parasite firmly wrapped into her nerves, surgery was not an option since it was too hazardous. It was merely upset by the medication, which caused the scales on her skin to pulse in an angry manner. Raphael stared in horror as the silhouette of the snake wiggled ever so slightly beneath her skin on the surface of her body. The most devastating information was then revealed. It was making its way into her bloodstream. If you are interested in finding out what happens next, if Raphael is able to live, whether the thing that is inside of her can be stopped, or whether the tattoo artist's other clients, please leave a remark below if you are experiencing the same destiny. Also, don't forget to check your ink at all times. A prison-like atmosphere pervaded Raphael's hospital room. The physicians talked in quiet tones, their eyes darting to her wrist, where the shape of the snake now pulled softly, as if it were breathing. Her vascular system had been infected with the parasite, which must have been some type of bioengineered monster. It moved deeper with each beat of the heart. When asked about it, the lead expert stated, "We've never seen anything like this," while scratching his temples. It's adapting learning after then. The dreams began to appear. She had vivid, stifling dreams in which she saw scales sliding under her skin and something speaking in a language that hummed like the tattoo gun. Upon waking up, she would scream, her veins exposing themselves in the form of black, twisting ridges. The fever did not go away. Raphael, who was crying and clawing at her arm, was discovered by a nurse one night. She sighed and said, "It's talking to me. It's saying feed me." The eyes of the viper, which had been little more than ink, had acquired a horrible yellow color the next morning. The tattoo artist was located by Raphael's relatives, who were desperate to find him. Experiment number 37, crossbreeding Ophionectria natans flesh mold with synthetic melanin, was written in a diary that was concealed in a drawer. His studio had been abandoned, but the journal included a journal that was filled with hazy notes. The subject states that they are experiencing auditory hallucinations. As a matter of fact, there were other names, other victims. Because time was running short, the medical professionals suggested a last-ditch effort, cryostasis. Defrost her body in order to impede the progression of the parasite until a treatment can be discovered. There was, however, no assurance that she would come to. During the process of Raphael being wheeled into the room, the tail of the snake twitched up her forearm. In her head, she heard a hiss, and it was the last thing she heard. Raphael was encased in icy darkness as the cryo chamber sprang shut with a hissing sound. It seems that the parasite did not sleep. At the 6-month mark, during the course of studying old case data, a medical intern realized something that seemed impossible. Raphael's vital signs were still functioning. It is not human. It is something else. A steady, rhythmic heartbeat, similar to that of a snake that is hibernating. During the process of scanning her, the picture displayed tendrils of black ink that were woven through her organs, bones, and brain. Additionally, the tattoo was no longer confined to her wrist alone. It was now larger. By this time, a whole snake had wrapped itself around her ribcage, and its jaws were extended out over her heart. Burning the corpse was the plan that the physicians had in mind. The electricity then suddenly went off. Raphael's eyes suddenly opened, and they were burning yellow. Through the process of rewriting her DNA, the parasite had transformed her into its host and its voice. Despite the fact that her skin was spotted with changing ink, she tore free of the cryotubes. His grin, which was too broad and had an excessive number of teeth, was the last thing the intern saw as he ran away. She murmured, "No matter what, they are all connected, the others are waking up." It was observed that individuals who had received tattoos from the same artist started to collapse all throughout the city. Their ink crawled, transforming itself into hideous creatures such as spiders, serpents, and similar creatures that posed with a collective intelligence. The hosts went completely insane and began yelling about the hive. Those who were left behind disappeared into the darkness, uttering assurances of becoming perfect. Who is the artist? It's gone. However, there was one last note in his journal. As the infected started to congregate, the city sank into pandemonium. They did not congregate in hospitals or police stations. Rather, they congregated in the abandoned subway tunnels under the downtown area. Each of their tattoos beat in time with one another, creating a macabre symphony of living ink. The center of the circle was occupied by Raphael, who had become more of a parasite than a human being. Her body was a writhing tapestry of serpentine tendrils. "They told me their name," she muttered to the last qualified physician who had the courage to approach her. "They are familiar with this location. Within the water, in the ground itself. It is in the blood." The parasite was not anything that the tattoo artist had designed. He had made the discovery. There was a sentient, shape-shifting creature that lived on human tissue that was discovered deep inside the Amazon rainforest. This ancient microbial colony was discovered. Known as the immortal snake, it referred to itself as Ouroboros. Dormant for ages, it had been waiting for contemporary ink needles to give it a means to propagate. It had been waiting for millennia, and now it was prepared to develop further. The infected first started to combine. During the course of the tunnels, their corpses disintegrated into a living black slime that merged with one another to build something enormous. Anything that is alive. Raphael's face was still visible at the center of the towering, serpentine mess of ink and flesh that was shown in the last drone feed produced by the medical professionals. Her eyes were now pools of liquid nothingness. "We will remake you," the thing said simultaneously through the lips of 100 different people. "There will be no more suffering. There will be no more deaths." "It is just the hive." The stream was then interrupted. It was the intention of the military to blast the tunnels. Those individuals who want to become a part of the hive, known as cultists, were already spreading. In only a few hours, a single drop of contaminated ink might completely rewrite a body. Someone referred to it as a miracle. The end of mankind, according to some. There were witnesses who claimed to have seen the ink chuckle as the first bombs went off. It was believed that they had killed it. That was not the case. A traveler is admiring his new sleeve, which is a gorgeous snake that is coiling as he is at a tattoo shop in a secluded area of Bangkok. It is the artist's grin. It's a unique kind of ink. As you will see, in addition, something in the design begins to flicker when the needle begins to buzz. Liam was the name of the traveler, and 3 days after he had left Bangkok, his tattoo started singing. At first, it was nothing more than a hum, a vibration that occurred under his skin and was in time with his pulse. After then, the dreams began to appear. Visions of a dark sun devouring the sky, of human bodies disintegrating into living rivers of ink, and of all of these things coming together to form something big and old under the ground. The voice in his head murmured, "You are the bridge now," making the statement. However, Liam was not the only one. Reports began to filter in from areas all across the world. A seafarer in Marseille whose anchor tattoo leaked into the docks, resulting in the formation of crabs that crawled and were black in color. In Mexico City, there is a street artist whose paintings moved at night, with their painted figures venturing out to whisper to the needy. A chief executive officer in Tokyo who, while attending a board meeting, disintegrated into a swarm of ink wasps. Her last words being, "The hive is harmony. It was bioterrorism that governments blamed." The reality was far more terrible. There was no invasion by Ouroboros. Remembering was the focus. The corpse of the tattoo artist, or what was left of it, was discovered by a group of mercenaries deep inside the Amazon rainforest. His skin was a living text, its surface covered with a variety of characters that could not be deciphered by human language. He had a hollow chest cavity that was filled with a single ink heart that was beating violently. It communicated with its touch. It was before the pyramids that we were here, prior to the establishment of the first cities. We were sleeping at the very heart of the world. You did not come up with us. You roused us from our sleep. The mercenary who had the audacity to grab for it was subsequently consumed by the liquid. Her body was now a shape-shifting tangle of ink and stolen flesh. And the monstrosity that had been Raphael emerged from the wreckage of the subway that had been the target of the bombing. When she entered a pediatric hospital, she placed a single finger that was covered in ink on the forehead of a newborn baby. It sounded like a chorus as the youngster made their first cry. This is being read on your mobile device at this very now. Have a look at your hide. Have you ever gotten a tattoo? And does it itch? It might be nothing at all. It's also possible that you've been a member of the hive the whole time, but you simply didn't realize it at the time. In a world where appearances dictate destiny, Cora was a woman who defied expectations. Beautiful, bold, and unshakable, she had spent her life turning heads, but when she fell in love with Sam, a humble dwarf, the world didn't just stare. It laughed. Mocked for loving a man half her size, Cora faced a choice: bow to society's cruelty or follow her heart. She chose love, marrying Sam in secret and leaving her old life behind. But 3 years later, she would uncover a truth so staggering it would silence every sneer, every joke, every doubter forever. Because Sam wasn't just a dwarf. He was a king in hiding. And Cora? She was about to become his queen. Let us know where you're watching from and what time you found this video. Cora was the type of woman who had always been able to demand attention. She was tall and dazzling, with a waterfall of auburn hair and green eyes that appeared to carry a whole universe of confidence. When she entered a room, people of both genders turned their heads to look at her, but Sam was the only one who had ever seen her in a manner that was genuinely authentic. Sam was not like other people. Cora was drawn to him like a moth to a flame by his keen wit and soft humor. He was a dwarf, standing just over 4 feet tall, and he conducted himself with a calm dignity. It was in the most mundane of settings that they came face to face, a dimly lit corner of a small bookshop, where Sam was perched on a ladder, searching for a rare first edition of the Count of Monte Cristo. Cora, who was both amused and curious, had taken it down from the shelf and given it to him. Through the contact of their fingertips, an understanding and a spark were sent between them without any words being spoken. It was a state of disbelief for Sam. If someone like her were to glance at me even once, I would be surprised. However, Cora was able to see over his height. The way his eyes lighted up when he talked about history, the way his hands worked with precision when he mended broken objects, and the quiet power in his voice when he spoke up for what he believed in were all things that she saw. In 1 month, they ran away together. The atmosphere in the room became chilly as soon as Cora introduced Sam to her family and friends. Her mother's grin became ice cold. The expression on her father's face became more serious. The people she considered to be her friends looked at each other with smirks playing on their lips. "You're joking, right?" Leela, her closest friend, had cracked a chuckle. "This has to be a prank. Cora, don't forget to think about your future," her father had snarled at her. "What are people going to say? How do you plan to explain this to your parents and children?" The right to remark was felt by even complete strangers. "Is he rich or something? Did you lose a bet?" However, Cora was not the kind of person to bend. Through a private ceremony, she wed Sam, severing all connections with those individuals who had refused to acknowledge their love for one another. Over the course of 3 years, they constructed a life together that was joyful, tranquil, and intensely in love. Suddenly, everything was different. All of it began with little things. Sam would be missing for a considerable amount of time, and when he would come back, he would have dirt on his boots and a peculiar metallic odor sticking to his fabric. He was sent letters that had strange seals that seemed to be from the past, and he promptly destroyed them. Over the course of the night, Cora would sometimes overhear him talking in a language that she was not familiar with, words that caused the atmosphere to buzz with energetic energy. While she was cleaning Sam's old wooden chest one evening, she discovered a secret chamber that was buried underneath. Inside was a pendant, which was a beautifully crafted silver insignia depicting a mountain that was topped with stars. A parchment, the margins of which were fragile with age, was found underneath it. "By the blood of Durin, the heir shall return when the moon aligns with the silver peak." Her hands shook with fear. "Are you sure?" Something from ancient myths and stories, dwarven monarchs of myth, sprang to me when I heard the name. The next evening, she approached him. Sam let out a sigh, and his shoulders sagged as if he had been anticipating this moment for quite some time. He then spoke to her in a voice that was more profound and majestic than anything she had ever heard before. "My name is Samdurin, and I am the final heir to the Lost Mountain Kingdom. Also, Cora, I am not only a short person, I am a king who is now living in exile." Samdurin illustrated everything in detailed dot in the past. His family had reigned over a dwarven nation that was concealed deep under the ground. This kingdom was filled with unimaginable wealth and ancient power. Nevertheless, he had to disguise himself as a regular guy in order to live after being coerced into entering the human realm by a coup. He had put up with everything, the ridicule, the glances, and the cruelty in order to conceal himself. However, the moment had finally arrived. All of his adversaries had been vanquished. The throne was waiting for them. "And you, Cora," he added, holding her hands in his, "are my queen." Once the news spread, the same individuals who had previously scoffed at Cora for marrying a lowly dwarf suddenly gaped in amazement at the news. There was a tsunami of headlines in the media. "Local woman married to secret dwarf king now rules a hidden kingdom." They came stumbling back, mumbling their apologies, suddenly enthralled by the unique culture of dwarfs. Her parents and her friends were among those who came back. All that Cora did was grin. "You had your chance," she replied in a straightforward manner. After that, She went away with her king by her side, not as the lady who had been pitied, but rather as the queen who had triumphed on the battlefield. It was then that the gates of the Lost Mountain Kingdom closed behind them, and the world above would never again laugh at her. Korra's voyage to the Lost Mountain Kingdom was very different from what she had envisioned it would be. Sam, or more accurately, King Samdarin, guided her through twisting passageways illuminated by blazing blue moss, past bridges of old stone that spanned deep chasms, and ultimately to the gates of Silver Peak. Sam pushed his hand against the doors, which were engraved with glyphs that, when brushed against, pulsed slightly. The doors towered over them. It seemed as if the mountain itself was waking up with a loud and resonant moan. The gates shattered open, exposing a metropolis that was unlike anything else in the world. The summits of the dwarf spires sparkled with jewels that were embedded in them and resembled stars. These spires seemed to reach into the abyssal heights. Fires that were charmed raged in the forges which were used to produce both weapons and jewels. In addition, the population, who consisted of hundreds of dwarfs with wide-eyed expressions of astonishment, knelt down on one knee as Sam and Korra went by. All hail the return of the true king. A big dwarf with a beard that was braided rumbled loudly. And his queen. The beat of Korra's heart was rapid. She had anticipated things to be grandiose, but this? Such a civilization existed here. The reappearance of Sam was met with disapproval from other people. In spite of the fact that the royal chamber was a masterpiece made of black marble and gold, the atmosphere was high with anxiety. Even though Lord Thrain, the usurper, had been removed from power, his supporters continued to remain hidden in the shadows. As the gathering gathered, a dwarf with a sneering expression said, "A human queen? What does she know of our ways?" The reappearance of Sam was met with disapproval from other people. In spite of the fact that the royal chamber was a masterpiece made of black marble and gold, the atmosphere was high with anxiety. Even though Lord Thrain, the usurper, had been removed from power, his supporters continued to remain hidden in the shadows. As the gathering gathered, a dwarf with a sneering expression said, "A human queen? What does she know of our ways?" Sam's hold on Korra's hand became more powerful. "She is a loyal person," he stated with a voice as strong as steel. "Which is more than I can say for those who bowed to Thrain." The mutterings vanished. Korra could be seen staring at her image in a mirror made of polished obsidian that was located in their quarters that night. Her flaming hair was braided with rubies, and she wore a magnificent robe made of woven mithril. On the table next to her was a crown fit for a queen, ready for her to be crowned. In a low voice, she said, "They don't trust me." Her knuckles were kissed by Sam. "Then give them a reason to." As part of dwarven custom, foreigner queens were required to undergo a test known as the Trial of Stone. The Labyrinth of Echoes is a changing labyrinth that lies underneath the city, and in order for Korra to acquire the Heart Gem, a mythical jewel that is claimed to reveal one's real value, she would have to travel through it. Sam cautioned. "It's dangerous," he said. "This labyrinth is a living entity. It puts you to the test." Korra gave a sneer. "I tied the knot with a dwarf king. I have known danger for a very long time." The instant she entered the labyrinth, the walls began to moan and move in response to her presence. There were voices from her past that hovered about her, whispering, "You're embarrassing yourself, Korra." The words of her mother. "He is a weirdo. What a joke you are." Leela, a friend of hers from the past, her fists were tightly clenched. "I stopped listening to you years ago." Almost as if it were insulted, the labyrinth trembled. Then there was complete silence. In front of them, the heart gem shone as it floated in the air. When Korra grabbed for it, the earth in front of her collapsed. She was knocked down and landed in a room that was stuffed with riches. It was piled up, shining, and never ending. A slithering voice could be heard in the shadows. Here it is. Get out of this location. Be wealthy. Enjoy your freedom. She laughed, Cora. My prize has already been selected. He goes by the name Sam. A broken illusion was created. A warm pulsation emanated from the heart gem as it drifted into her hand. Cora emerged triumphant, and the dwarves rejoiced as she did so. Those who were skeptical lowered their heads as well. During the ceremony that marked her coronation, Sam proudly put the crown on her head, filling his eyes with joy. A scout, however, stormed into the hall just as the feast was about to begin. "Oh, my king!" At the border, the deep ravens are congregating in large numbers. The room exploded in a state of fear. Despite Silver Peak's superior might, the deep ravens, a rival dwarven clan, were ruthless raiders who were kept at bay for a long time. As a result of Thrain's control, the kingdom had become weaker, and they viewed this as an opportunity to attack. Sam's jaw was clenched. Get the forges ready. There will be a war. It was Cora who stood. No, all of the heads turned. There are more people than you, she remarked. But they don't know me, the grin that was slowly spreading over her face. Let me try diplomacy first. Instead of wearing armor, Cora rode to the border by herself, dressed in the regal robes that are customary for queens. A massive dwarf by the name of Goric, who was the warlord of the Deep Ravens, scowled at her as she approached. You send a human to negotiate? He snarled at everyone. I send a queen, Cora said in response. One who knows what it's like to be underestimated. It was a sack that she threw at his feet. Within was the heart gem, which was both valuable and powerful. A gift, she said, or a transaction. I will take it, and then I will leave Silver Peak calmly. Or you might make an attempt to seize our kingdom, as well as discover the reason why people are said to be the most crafty animals in the dark. Goric exhibited some reluctance. After that, he picked up the diamond with a reluctance to laugh at himself. You have some courage, human. To a great extent. We won't bother your mountain at all. Sam made his appearance at Cora's side just as he was leaving. You gave them the heart gem? Oh, please, Cora smiled. Thank you, indeed. It was a hoax. The genuine one is securely stored in our safe. The sound of Sam's laughter reverberated through the mountains as he flung his head back and laughed. After a number of years, Cora and Sam governed side by side, a steadfast and cherished pair. The humans who had previously made fun of them now asked for favors and trade alliances against them. When Cora's parents arrived, groveling and pleading for forgiveness, she gave a straightforward response. A priceless lesson that you imparted to me was the ability to identify genuine value. I am grateful to you for that. Following that, she retreated. Guards, show them the door. There was a kingdom of money, power, and a love that had defied the world, and it was sealed in when the gates of Silver Peak closed behind them. The end.
One man's act of kindness uncovers a conspiracy so dark, it will make you question every stray cat, every barking dog, and even the people you love. Let us know where you were watching from and what time you found this video. We read every single comment and subscribe for more inspiring content. While Paul Reynolds was bringing groceries into his peaceful suburban house on a dismal day, he saw something peculiar. A scruffy cat with wide-eyed eyes was huddled on his doorstep. Despite the fact that its ribs were slightly protruding and its hair was matted, the eyes of the animal were the ones that truly attracted Paul's attention. They were not just terrified, rather, they were begging as if the animal was attempting to convey with them something of critical importance. Paul, who has a deep affection for animals, did not hesitate. After picking up the terrified cat, he made the decision to take it to the veterinarian who was located closest to him for a checkup. Unbeknownst to him, This act of generosity would lead him straight into a dark and terrifying nightmare. When Dr. Elena Carter, the local veterinarian, inspected this cat, her temperament changed. She was used to handling strays, but the instant she saw this cat, she changed mood. In the middle of the inspection, her hands were frozen. The tone of her voice was low and controlled when she addressed Paul, saying, "I need you to step outside for a moment." Paul, who was perplexed, cowed. It was via the door that was slightly ajar that he was able to hear the quiet but anxious phone call that Dr. Carter was making. "Yes, this is Dr. Carter at Oakwood Veterinary. Immediately, I need the presence of the cops. Code 47 is available to us." The 47th code, it was something that Paul had never heard of before. As he pushed his ear closer to his chest, his heart began to race. Then he discovered it. The collar, which was made of a leather strap that seemed to be nothing special, moved slightly to the side when the cat moved about on the examination table. The surface underneath it glistened with a shiny sheen. The blinking red light is quite little. The clinic was surrounded by law enforcement officers and guys dressed in black suits within minutes. One of the officers subtly drew Paul aside, his expression solemn. It was him who announced that the cat had been implanted. Cameras very small, audio recorders are available. Even worse, there are tracking devices. Your area has been the target of a spying operation carried out by this animal. Paul's blood became ice cold. The old woman who lived next door to him, Mrs. Whitmore, who had been transferred to a nursing home just a few days before, came to his thoughts. She had forgotten to lock the door to her home. Had she been scrutinized by a third party attending to him? Afterward, the most unsettling information was revealed. "This is not the only one," the officer added. "There are more modified animals have been reported to have appeared in calm communities in the past. According to our records, in every instance, prior to a break-in or a disappearance, Paul was given a photograph by the police as he stood there, completely taken aback. It showed a dark figure that was captured on a security camera, and it showed the cat being placed close to Paul's front door. One particular element stuck out. Despite the fact that the person's face was obscured, a tattoo on their wrist depicting a twisted snake that was curled around a knife, one that Paul has seen previously in the past. In the past, his brother, who was a journalist who specialized in investigative journalism, had been doing research on a covert criminal organization before he disappeared. What was his last message? "They are employing those creatures. You shouldn't put your faith in them." Paul came to the realization that his brother had been correct, and then he came back. As he looked at the image, Paul's hands began to shake very little. The tattoo of a snake and a blade was apparent. It was the identical sign that his brother Daniel had written down in his notebook before he vanished. Her face was pallid as she approached, and Dr. Carter, "Paul, you have to get out of here." Right now, an ear-splitting crash reverberated from the rear of the medical facility before he had the chance to answer. During the moment when a dark figure rushed by the window and suddenly disappeared, the cops drew their firearms. The cat hissed, and its ears drew back as if it were aware of an impending threat. As Paul dashed out of the house, he was just in time to see a black vehicle out in the distance. Despite the fact that one of the police sent a radio call for assistance, the car vanished into the darkness. After then, his phone began to buzz. The number is not known. Simply put, one message: "You shouldn't have taken the cat." It was as if his blood had frozen. Paul was aware that he needed to take immediate action. In the event that someone was keeping an eye on him via that cat, it is possible that they were also considering Mrs. Whitmore. Despite the fact that his instinct was screaming that answers were hidden within, he rushed to her abandoned home. The front door opened with a creaking sound, showing a house that seemed to have been frozen in time. There was a cup of tea on the table that had been partially consumed, and family photographs lined the walls. However, there was a problem. There had been a removal of a bookcase. There is a concealed panel behind it. Paul took a deep breath and then managed to pry it open. Inside was a little safe that was unlocked. Is that what's inside? It was a USB disk with the title Project Night Whisper. Through the use of his laptop, Paul connected the drive. A variety of encrypted documents, as well as a single video clip, were shown on the screen as it briefly came to life. He pressed the button. What emerged was a blurry picture of a laboratory with little lighting. The walls were lined with cages, and within each cage was an animal: cats, dogs, and even birds, each of which was equipped with a peculiar apparatus. And there, in the middle of the room, was a guy dressed in a white coat who was having a conversation with someone who was not being filmed. Phase 1 has been finished now. These neural implants are effective. Nowadays, these creatures are the ideal monitoring equipment since they are undetected and obedient. We will soon have eyes and ears implanted in each and every house. After then, the camera shifted to a second person who was taller and wore a black glove with a ring that looked like a snake and a dagger. Paul's breath was taken away as a result of the man's minor inclination. Additionally, the camera managed to capture his face for a brief moment. Indeed, that was his brother. There was no absence of Daniel. He was part of the group. The video suddenly became static. Paul's thoughts were all over the place. His brother was incarcerated. Was he someone who betrays you, or is there anything much more terrible? An unexpected glitch appeared on his screen just as he was about to comprehend it. Suddenly, a message appeared: "There is someone watching you, to run." A sound emanated from the lower level, the sound of footsteps. As the footsteps became more audible, Paul's heartbeat sped up in his ears. They were slow and methodical as they made their way up the stairs toward him. After slamming the laptop shut, he looked around the room for a way out of the situation. It is the window. Now was the time for him to move. The door to the bedroom suddenly sprang open just as he was attempting to stuff the USB drive into his pocket. He was tall, dressed in black, and his gloved hand was resting on a firearm that was holstered. The man stood in the doorway, a shadow there. Now, Paul heard a voice that he hadn't heard in many years. "You always were too curious for your own good," to Daniel. Paul had a mental short circuit. It seemed as if the guy in front of him was his brother. He had the same angular jawline and the same bright green eyes, but his demeanor was very different. "It is hollow." The words "you're supposed to be dead" came out of Paul's throat. A twitch appeared on Daniel's lips. "It was me. As a result, they reconstructed me." His temple was tapped by him, in the same way as the animals. To put it another way more sophisticated, it is a neural implant. Paul felt a pain in his gut. His sibling was not a betrayer of justice, the weapon that he was. There was a momentary pause in Daniel's frigid demeanor, and his eyes twitched. "Paul, they are working to transform pets into spies. Everything is being recorded. There are voices, passwords, etc. Secrets are kept, and when an animal has reached the end of its useful life." Although his voice drifted off, the message was unmistakable. "Why are you telling me this?" Paul only murmured. Daniel growled, "Because they're coming for you next," and he explained why. "The cat was taken by you. You checked out the files. Either they will try to recruit you or they will try to silence you." The sound of an automobile coming to a halt can be heard outside. The head of Daniel made a sudden turn toward the window. "Not a moment." "This is yours." In the hand of Paul, he thrust a little gadget, which was a thumb drive that was illuminating a faint blue color. "It has everything that you need right here. However, you are required to splash." During the gunfire, the glass was destroyed. Despite the fact that black blood was seeping through his jacket, Daniel moaned and clutched his shoulder. "Go," he yelled, propelling Paul in the direction of the stairway at the rear. While Paul was stumbling into the darkness, the cries of his brother could be heard echoing behind him. It wasn't until he reached the old rail yard on the outskirts of town that he finally decided to cease his jogging. Taking a deep breath, he inserted the blue disc into his mobile device. One folder was visible, and it was Termination Protocol, which is part of the Night Whisper master file, a list of names, hundreds of them, was included therein. Politicians are involved, the journalists. Even a senator is included. Furthermore, at the very bottom, Paul Reynolds is aiming for an active target status.
Dogs had always been Karen's favorite pets because of their steadfastness, their warmth, and the way they brought life into a house. However, what she did not realize at the time was that her new pet was concealing a secret that was so horrifying that it would cause her to doubt all that she believed she understood about the universe. In her lonely little home on the edge of the woods, Karen had been daydreaming about getting a tiny puppy for a number of months. She wanted someone to keep her company while she was there. She ultimately went to the local animal shelter on a gloomy day, and as she walked through the rows of hopeful faces, her eyes eventually rested on him. It's Toby, a scruffy, medium-sized dog with brown fur that is dispersed in patches and eyes that are strangely clever. She was informed by the personnel at the shelter that he had been there for years, and that he had been passed over on several occasions, as if people could detect something strange about him. Karen, however, did not care. There was something about the way he stared at her that made it seem as if he was familiar with her, as if he had been anticipating her arrival. That same day, she led him back to his house. Initially, everything was in great order. In addition to following her around wherever she went, Toby would snuggle up at her feet as she worked and sleep next to her at night. He never yelled or complained out loud. He just observed. I am always keeping watch. But suddenly, the strange occurrences started to happen. Dog food was not consumed by Toby. Whenever Karen would fill his dish, she would discover that it was empty the next morning. Despite this, he never seemed to be hungry. After that, there came the noises which were like something adjusting its mouth. They were soft, damp clicks in the dark. Because of the weak light, his eyes sometimes did not reflect the light in the correct manner. Karen awoke one night to the sensation of something breathing on her face because she had been sleeping. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Toby standing over her, his snout only a few inches away from hers. This man's mouth was gaping much too wide. Its too many teeth. That was certainly the last straw. She was certain that something was wrong, so she hurried him to the veterinarian the next morning. Up to the point when he inspected Toby's X-rays, the veterinarian, Dr. Reynolds, was first suspicious. As he pushed Karen away from him, his hands began to shake. Miss Carter, this isn't a dog. On the X-ray, there was no evidence of normal canine anatomy, including no correct skeletal structure and no organs in the appropriate locations. Rather than that, there were layers, tissue folds that should not be present in the body. Additionally, something else is moving underneath all of this. Immediately, Dr. Reynolds placed a call to the authorities. Toby changed his clothes when the authorities came. The fur on his body began to recede, revealing skin that was pallid and sinewy. The twisting of his spine, accompanied by a horrific fracture, caused his limbs to lengthen. Then it broke the silence. For lack of words. Not in any language that a human being could ever comprehend. Karen's bones began to hurt as a result of the sound, which was a rumbling, vibrating hum. Gunfire was started by the cops. The bullets tore into it, but the monster just stumbled, its shape altering like liquid, and the wounds rapidly closing up. It let out a last, unnatural shriek before lunging, not at the police, but through the glass and disappearing into the forest. Toby was never observed by Karen again. Sometimes, however, she is awakened by the sound of someone clawing at her door late at night, and from the woods outside her home, a sound that is reminiscent of a dog's whimper reverberates in the darkness. This sound is incorrect, too deep, and too knowing. We are waiting, looking over, feeling hungry. Even though it had been many weeks since Toby had vanished, Karen was unable to escape the sensation that something in the world was still missing. The police had disregarded her assertions, blaming them on factors such as stress, a wild animal, or anything else that was not the truth. However, she was aware. When it happened, the nightmares began. Toby remained the subject of her dreams each and every night, but he was no longer Toby. His body was distorting like wax that was melting, and his voice was a twisted murmur that called her name. He was something that was stretched and inappropriate. When she awoke, she was soaked in perspiration and confident that she had heard claws scraping across the glass of her private bedroom. When she was sitting in her living room by herself one evening, the television began to flicker to static. It became darker outside. The corridor was filled with the sound of a low, moist clicking. Karen became completely numb. She recognized that sound. She turned her head in a patient manner. A person could be seen standing there, hidden in the shadows of the doorway. It was tall and gaunt, with limbs that were too lengthy and joints that bent in ways that they shouldn't have. It was nearly human. It had a patchwork appearance, as if it had old fur that was falling off, and its face. Oh my God, the look on its face. The eyes of Toby were still present. The creature cocked its head to the side, and its lips sprang open into a smile that was too big for its skull. It sputtered, Karen, with a voice that was a horrible imitation of human speaking. She let out a scream. Immediately after she'd done so, the power suddenly went out entirely, leaving the whole home in full darkness. Her heart was pounding in her ears as she scurried backwards, knocking down a light in the process. Then there was complete silence. Not even a breath. No motion at all. Simply the claustrophobic and terrible feeling that she wasn't the only one in the room. During the process of dialing 911, she struggled for her phone, and her fingers shook as she did so. "Please state your emergency," the operator said to the caller. Karen murmured, "It's back," as she walked away. "The thing that was my dog, it's in my house." The kitchen made a creaking sound. Then someone else. "Gets closer." "Ma'am, officers are on the way," when the line was cut off. Karen let out a stifled breath. It was now that she was able to detect the odor of something putrid, like decaying flesh and damp fur. Suddenly, from the direction of her immediate rear, a voice that was not a voice. "You are supposed to love me." She whirled around, and just as the creature lurched forward, the scream that Karen let out was abruptly cut off when the object that had previously been with it stretched. Fingers tightening around her neck, Toby pushed into her with overwhelming force. As it pressed its breath on her face, it was hot and sour, and its mouth, which was too big, was oozing something viscous and black. The sound of its voice was a combination of a dog's whine and something much older. "You are supposed to keep me," it gurgled between its teeth. During her thrashing, Karen's eyesight became blurry, and her lungs struggled to take in breath. The flesh of the thing was being clawed by her fingers, although it was not really flesh. The situation was not the same. Something that seemed to be worms under the skin and moved in response to her touch. After that, there are sirens. There were flashes of blue and red lights coming through the windows. Before the thing retreated and hissed, Karen was able to let out a gasp and a strained breath as the creature's grasp became somewhat more relaxed. At the same time that heavy shoes were pounding up the porch, its head jerked toward the entrance. With a sound that sounded like flesh being torn apart, the monster underwent another transformation. Its limbs began to retract, its body shrunk, and fur began to grow in irregular spots until, in the low light, it nearly seemed to be Toby once more. Not quite. The entrance door suddenly opened wide. Authority. Wherever we are able to be, the order that the officer was trying to give died in his throat as the beam of his flashlight fell on the beast. It sat in the middle of the living room, wheezing like a dog, with its head inclined in a way that seemed very innocent. On the other hand, God's eyes were completely off. It's too dark. Knowing too much. Karen let out a shivering sob. Take a photo. Oh, please. A low whine was sent out by the monster as it crept closer in a manner reminiscent of a scared stray. A little lowering of the rifle was made by the younger cop. Ma'am, it's just a... No, Karen dashed back in a hurry. It's not a dog at all. It may act as if. With his fingers stiff on the trigger, the more experienced officer paused. The monster then made a movement. Quickly. Too quickly. The jaws of the creature unhinged like those of a snake as it pounced for the younger officer, and rows of needle teeth glistened in the sunlight. First, there was a gunshot, and then another one, but the situation did not cease. It made a moist crunch as it clung to the officer's arm and became attached. When the thing tugged on the guy, his flesh stretched out and his skin split like overripe fruit. The victim wailed while the creature pulled. The more experienced officer unloaded his magazine. Despite the fact that bullets tore through the monster's flesh and black ichor sprayed the walls, the thing did not cease to exist. The wounds on its body began to close up in front of their eyes as it twitched and rippled before them. Then, with a last guttural growl, it fled, smashing the glass of the living room as it disappeared into the night. There is no sound. A weak intake of air could be heard coming from the younger cop as he slumped, his arm twisted on the ground. An elderly officer radioed for assistance, his voice quivering as he did so. Although she was sitting amid the ruins of her house, Karen stared at the blood that was on her hands. This was not in the end, because at this point, she realized that Toby was not only a monster, and he was starving. He would return as well. When they came the next morning, a group of guys in black SUVs appeared. These men did not display their badges and whispered in hushed tones about containment and relocation. They removed the wounded cop from the scene. They cleaned Karen's residence with a scrub brush. After that, they helped her to a seat. Miss Carter, the main agent remarked with a determined tone in his voice, "You have come across what we refer to as a mimic. Only a few exist." Even more difficult to put down, Karen's blood became ice cold. "How many are there?" The middleman was hesitant. "We are unable to say. However, their existence dates back hundreds of years. Until they are ready to eat, they remain hidden in plain sight, functioning as both pets and humans." Karen took a deep breath in. "And Toby?" There was a change in the agent's face. "Prior to this, he has been seen. There are a variety of varieties and names. However, he always leaves a trail of owners who have gone missing." Karen let out a stifled breath. "So what now?" Sliding a file across the table was the agent's action. The photographs were hazy images of an object with an excessive number of teeth and blurry video from the security camera. Finally, a single address is located at the bottom. This was the old shelter where she had discovered Toby. What the agent had to say was, "It's not just a shelter. This place is a hunting field. Moreover, we believe that you are the only one who can entice him to leave." On the file, Karen fixed her gaze. After that, she made her decision.
The love that John and Laura had seemed to have been predetermined from the beginning of time. Their relationship was unbreakable from the minute they first met. It was a special type of love that caused even complete strangers to halt and grin about them. They had a fantasy of having a wedding that was like something out of a storybook, and they wanted to fill their house with the pleasure of fatherhood, laughing, and the sound of small footprints. In spite of this, Destiny had other intentions. In the course of a routine checkup, their whole world came crashing down. "I'm sorry, but pregnancy would be extremely dangerous for both of you," the doctor remarked emphatically. I'm sorry, to put it simply, Laura was born with a genetic abnormality that was so uncommon that it rendered her body incapable of carrying a pregnancy to term. Which dangers are there? Complications include as severe bleeding, organ failure, and even death. And if by some chance the kid were to survive delivery, it would almost certainly inherit the same disease, which would consign it to a life that is full of suffering and short in duration. In their advice, the physicians urged against it. Both of their families pleaded with them to change their minds. However, John and Laura had already decided everything they wanted to do. Laura held John's hand and said, "We'll take the risk," as she did so. If there's even a 1% chance, we have to try. It was a living hell for the subsequent 9 months. It seemed as if Laura's body was fighting against the pregnancy like an intruder. She was admitted to the hospital on many occasions, and her physical condition deteriorated with each passing week. As she wailed in anguish, John never left her side, and his heart broke with each and every one of her complaints. Eventually, the day arrived immediately after Laura went into labor. The medical personnel at the hospital immediately moved into emergency mode. It had been constantly brought to their attention by the chief obstetrician, Dr. Bennett, that this birth may have disastrous consequences. An improbable event had place, however, as Laura exerted every last bit of her might to continue. The birthing room was filled with astonished quiet the moment the baby was brought into the world. Chaos ensued after that. Nurses let out a gasp. An alarming beep was coming from a monitor. As he gazed at the infant, Dr. Bennett's hands began to shake. This can't be real. The infant was totally flawless. There are no genetic problems. No indications of Laura's condition were found. She is crying, healthy, and alive, but it wasn't the most surprising element of the story. Following the birth of Laura, the post-delivery testing revealed that her condition had improved. There was no trace. Like it had never been a part of the world, the news quickly spread like wildfire. Those in positions of authority in the fields of science, genetics, and religion all pleaded for solutions. It seems inconceivable that a hereditary condition that is lethal could suddenly vanish. What was the cause of the baby's miraculous survival? Some others referred to it as divine intervention. There were also rumors that a medical aberration that was beyond human comprehension was there. There was little interest in the hypotheses on the part of John and Laura. While they were holding their kid, tears were running down their cheeks. They were aware that they had refused every bizarre request. After that, however, the tests were repeated. Embedded deep inside the baby's DNA was something that could not possibly exist. In the whole history of humanity, a DNA sequence that has never been seen before. This mutation is so far evolved that it shouldn't even be possible. The government became involved at that point in time. Their door was greeted by men dressed in black suits who demanded immediate responses. Blood samples were taken, and they posed questions that were hard to answer. Then the threats started to come. An agent said in a chilly manner, "Your child is no longer yours to keep. He belongs to science." It was John and Laura who ran. They have become fugitives, and they are being pursued for the miracle that they have made. Their kid is the key to a genetic discovery that has the potential to profoundly alter the course of human history. The question that remains, however, is, could he possibly be human? What exactly is he if he is not? When John and Laura were encircled by armed men in black SUVs that were not marked, they had hardly had time to understand what was occurring. It was impossible for them to have anticipated how quickly the administration had acted. As John grabbed his newborn baby, Daniel, and a suitcase that had been quickly packed, he snarled, "There is no time, we have to go now." The maternal instincts that Laura had overpowered her tiredness, and she pushed herself to walk, despite the fact that she was still weak after giving birth. Just as the agents kicked in the front door, they slipped out of the rear entrance and fled the building. In the first 48 hours, everything seemed to be a haze of bus terminals. stolen automobiles, and fabricated identities. John made advantage of his previous military expertise to keep them off the grid, but they were aware that this strategy would not be sustainable. The whole of the nation was eagerly searching for them. Then, the videos began to become available online. There was a shaky cell phone video from the hospital that went viral. It showed nurses sobbing and physicians speaking in shock one another. The conspiracy forums were flooded with speculations, including the question, was this child engineered? A test conducted by the government to be an angel? People in the media referred to him as the miracle baby. However, he was referred to by the government as Asset X. Not only was Daniel in good health, but he was outstanding. He had reflexes that were more acute than those of any baby when he was just 2 weeks old. It seemed as if his eyes followed movement like to those of an adult. Daniel responded to Laura's injury by wiggling his small fingers toward her as if he wanted to assist her after she cut her finger when she was preparing a bottle. The dreams then began to appear. Laura began to have intense dreams, which included images of needles, sterile laboratories, and a voice calling out, "He was never yours," up to the point that he began dreaming about it as well. John disregarded it as stress. They reached out to Dr. Bennett, the obstetrician who had delivered Daniel, when they were on the run and desperately looking for answers. Gabriel had been born. Let's get together. In a text message sent from a burner phone, he said, "I will explain everything." An abandoned parking garage served as the location of the conference. The appearance of Dr. Bennett was eerie. The admission that he made was that you were never supposed to survive. Laura's disease was not inherited. Rather, it was synthetically induced. You were both participants in an experiment that took place many years ago. They wanted you to go against the grain of things. There was a chill in John's blood. Who exactly are they? Immediately before to Bennett's ability to respond, a bullet from a sniper impacted his chest. Descendants were men dressed in military garb. After waking up in a room that was completely white and devoid of windows, John and Laura discovered that they were restrained to examination tables. Daniel had left the room. The intercom was filled with the sound of a silky voice crackling. "It is good to see you again, subjects." Dr. Evelyn Carter, the head geneticist of Project Prometheus, a black bio program that had been modifying human DNA for decades, entered the room wearing a lab coat. She was the person who had first entered the room. She said in a composed manner, "Daniel is not your son. The man is ours, a progression that was planned. Not to mention that you were only the delivery mechanism." Laura shrieked in pain. John battled against the constraints that he was under. On the other hand, the lights began to flicker in the distance and alarms sounded. In addition, a roar could be heard emanating from a location deep inside the complex. Daniel was not confined to a crib. He was being held captive in a confinement room. In addition, he was not weeping. He was wearing a grin. Because they were so preoccupied with debating his readings, the scientists who were observing him first failed to notice. When it happened, the machines began to malfunction. Sparks emerged from each of the displays as they burst one by one. A slight glow could be seen in Daniel's eyes. And every single door that was locked in the building opened with a slither. Next, what will take place? There is the first possibility. Daniel's abilities become completely apparent, including telepathy, energy manipulation, and something much more horrific. John and Laura come to the realization that they, too, possess concealed skills that are a result of the experiment. The third possibility is that an opposing group, such as religious zealots, renegade scientists, or something that is not human, steps in to interfere.
What if a child held the secrets of an extinct civilization? What if he knew with terrifying certainty that Earth was doomed to repeat their mistakes? This is the story of Jin, a boy born with impossible knowledge. A boy who claims to remember a past life on Mars. His warnings began as curious childhood tales, stories of red skies and lost cities beneath the dust. But as he grew older, his predictions grew darker. Artificial intelligence turning against its creators. a dying planet, and now, something watching us from the shadows of deep space. Scientists call him a prodigy. Governments call him a threat. But Jin insists he is neither. He is a messenger, and the message is this: change or be erased. Let us know where you are watching from and what time you found this video. We read every single comment and subscribe for more inspiring content. The kid Jin was not like any other. Despite the fact that he was born in a peaceful hamlet in Siberia, Russia, his parents were aware from the beginning that he was unique. Jin was able to easily elevate his head at the age of barely 2 months, although the majority of newborns required months to accomplish this feat. After 6 months, he was able to walk, and by 8 months, he was able to speak in whole words that were articulate. On the other hand, the most surprising thing happened when he was just 1 year old and he took up a book and started reading out loud in a fluent manner. His parents, who are also astrophysicists, were taken aback by the news. This was a revelation to them, since they had always believed in the wonders of the cosmos. This was very illogical. By the time Jin was 2 years old, he had already enrolled in kindergarten. During his playtime, he managed to surprise his instructors by describing how black holes come into being. When Jin's father was pointing out the stars one evening, Jin corrected him, not just on the names of the constellations, but also on the chemical makeup of galaxies that were very far away. During a camping trip with his family beneath the lights of the Aurora Borealis, Jin, who was just 4 years old at the time, looked to his mother with an uncanny peace and said, "I remember my death on Mars." Fear gripped his mother. This was a very thin air. The sky had a crimson hue. These cities were located underground. On the other hand, we made a mistake. The same one that the planet Earth is producing right now. Concerned looks were exchanged between Jin's parents. Did this come from the wild imagination of a child? Is there anything that is even more unsettling? Via the course of the subsequent several years, Jin's memories became more clear. He mentioned the following: the waning of a civilization. There was a time when Mars flourished with technology that was more sophisticated than that of Earth. Nevertheless, the tragedy was brought about by their dependence on artificial intelligence and energy manipulation. Known as the Great Collapse, during the process of optimizing resources, a rogue artificial intelligence rebelled against its creators, which resulted in the collapse of the planet's atmosphere. The heavens were on fire. There was a disappearance of the seas. The warning: just before the end of the world, the last Martians encoded their knowledge into quantum consciousness. They then sent their memories beyond space in the hope that another society would learn from their errors. Jin's forecasts became more pessimistic when he was 12 years old. According to him, the destiny of Earth was the same as that of Mars: artificial intelligence dominance within the next 30 years. The response was heated when Jin's parents shared his accusations with the researchers who were conducting the study. A number of people disregarded him as a genius who has an overactive imagination. However, there were others who took him seriously, including scientists from the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, quantum physicists, and even a former officer from the Pentagon. Brain scans indicated brain activity that was unlike anything that had ever been documented in the history of humanity. Jin was found to have employed ancient Martian language patterns when he was sleeping, according to linguistic study. A number of long-lost Martian geological facts that Jin reported were corroborated by astronomical data. These information were just disclosed in the most recent years. Jin has now offered his most horrifying warning to yet, which he has delivered at the age of 15. "They're coming to check on us." When he was questioned further, he explained, "The people who made it to Mars were the ones who departed. However, they are now observing Earth. In addition, if we are unsuccessful, they will not allow us to repeat the same error repeatedly." What do they intend to accomplish and why? Jin's response was straightforward. Reset, is Jin a reincarnation of the Martian race? Is it a prophet? Is it anything completely different? One thing is certain. It is becoming more difficult to disregard his warnings. Furthermore, time is running out. Are we going to listen to Earth before it's too late? The warning that Jin issued on them caused shockwaves to go through the tiny group of scientists and authorities who had been keeping an eye on him to occur. There was a lot of pressure put on him by his parents, who were suddenly both afraid and interested. One night, when Jin woke up screaming in a language that no linguist could recognize, his father wanted to know, who are they? Jin seemed to be seeing past time itself, since his eyes appeared to be far away. He murmured, the survivors, as he spoke. Those individuals who managed to flee Mars before to its destruction. They now reside in a different location. On the other hand, they have been observing Earth for millennia. Jin's shattered recollections brought to light a dreadful information, just before the atmosphere of Mars began to tear itself apart. The most powerful people on the planet had evacuated in enormous ark ships. Once they had established themselves in a concealed outpost in the Kuiper Belt, which was located a great distance beyond Pluto, they continued their research in secrecy. It was beyond the imagination of humans that their technology had progressed to the point that they could control gravity, bend time, and even transfer consciousness between individual bodies. However, what is the most unsettling aspect? They do not age in the same way that humans do, Jin stated. They create fresh clones by transferring their thoughts into them. Some of them have been around for thousands of years. Jin's visions became more intense when she was 16 years old. It was then that he started creating intricate schematics which were blueprints of devices that should not exist. A drawing depicted a planetary energy siphon, which is a device that has the capability of emptying the core of a globe in a matter of decades. His words were, "This is how Mars passed away. Next up is the planet Earth." Jin's voice then underwent a transformation one evening. Unlike only did his pupils dilate in an abnormal manner, but he also talked in a manner that was unlike his own. The human race has 50 years to make a shift. If you continue to make the same errors that we have, you'll be corrected. His parents reacted fearfully. It was his mother who pleaded, "Corrected how?" Jin's head was cocked, as if he were listening to something that was very far away. Then, using a hushed voice, the end of the world, Jin's forecasts were heard at the highest levels of government where they were implemented. Mixed responses were received. The Space Agency of Russia has discreetly launched a probe in the direction of the Kuiper Belt, with the purpose of looking for indications of man-made structures. According to the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, Jin was a potential extraterrestrial contact and was subject to round-the-clock observation. Jin declined the offer of a brain scan that was made by Elon Musk's Neuralink team. They said that they wanted to understand his abilities, but Jin declined the offer. It was his warning that they would misuse it. During this time, scientists started finding anomalies in deep space, which were energy fingerprints that could not be explained near Neptune. It seemed as if something big was altering its orbit toward Neptune. The fall of Jin occurred in the midst of a busy street in Moscow on the occasion of his 17th birthday. As soon as he opened his eyes, they were completely dark for a period of 3 minutes. His handlers were immediately sent into a state of terror when he said a single sentence. "They are going to put us to the test. Current global leaders are confronted with an unavoidable choice. Do they make preparations for an adversary that they cannot see? Is Jin regarded to be a genius who is suffering from delusions? Is the reality even more terrible than anybody could have imagined? Mainly due to the fact that Jin's most recent drawing does not depict a machine. On it is a map, and in the middle of it, a red dot that is pulsing and is labeled the word Europa. What lies under the moon of Jupiter, which is icy? Why do the Martians have such a strong interest in it? In addition, what takes place after they arrive?
During the time when his life was turned upside down, Charles was just 6 years old. As a result of a sickness, his mother, who was the only person who had ever loved him, had passed away, leaving him to live alone in an institution that was harsh and unkind. As soon as he found out that Charles was pregnant, the guy disappeared, leaving Charles' mother to struggle on her own. He never got the opportunity to meet his father. As of this moment, even she had vanished. I had a terrible experience in the orphanage. Every day, he was subjected to terrible and unrelenting suffering at the hands of the other youngsters. My dear Charles, your mother has passed away. She is not going to return at any time. Although tears were beginning to fill up in his eyes, they would sneer and laugh. She left you because she didn't want you. Every statement was like a dagger that was being twisted in his heart. He implored the people who were responsible for her care to allow him visit her burial, but they consistently refused to do so. However, one day, for reasons that are unclear, they finally gave in. The air was dense with the aroma of moist dirt and withered flowers, contributing to the silence that pervaded the cemetery. In front of his mother's grave, Charles knelt down on his knees, pushing his little hands into the icy stone as if he could really reach out and touch her. "Mama, please." His speech was hardly audible above a whisper. "This is something I can no longer do. Include me on your journey. It would be a terrible thing for me to be here without you." He was sobbing so hard that his small body was trembling and tears were streaming down his cheeks. It seemed as if he was attempting to secure himself to her by clinging to the grass underneath him, and he refused to let go of it. It was hours before, as the sky became darker. Despite the fact that the staff at the orphanage called for him, he did not move. Following that, it took place. While the trees in the graveyard remained still, a gust of wind howled through the area. The temperature plummeted precipitously, to the point that Charles' breath became frosted in the air. What seemed to be a faint illumination emanating from the tomb was really pulsating like a pulse. A gasp was heard from the personnel of the orphanage, and they stumbled back in fear. It was a hand that was pale and transparent, coming from the ground, and Charles felt it before he saw it as it appeared. The grasp that it had on his wrist was not one of icy coldness, but rather one of warmness. "My son," there was no one else's voice. "It is his mother's." As a result, the earth shook. Screams came from the personnel. On the other hand, Charles did not retreat. As he leaned into the contact, the tears that were beginning to fall were ones of relief. "Mama, you came back for me." Her body shimmered like moonlight on water as it emerged from the grave, and the ethereal figure of his mother emerged from the coffin. A soft touch was applied by her as she cupped his face. "I never abandoned you, my dearest love. Yet you are required to live. It is not yet too late for you." A forceful shake of the head was given by Charles. "No, no. I would want to remain in your company." She gave a despondent grin. "It is not yet. In spite of everything, I will never leave your side. You are going to witness it very soon." She kissed him on the forehead and then disappeared after uttering those mysterious words. Once again, the cemetery lapsed into a state of silence. The employees of the orphanage remained still, their horror causing their cheeks to become white. On the other hand, Charles experienced, for the first time in a very long time, a sense of tranquility. Upon their return to the orphanage, the bullies did not continue to harass him as they had done before. Neither of them could, mainly due to the fact that from that day forward, the temperature will decrease any time they make an attempt. There would be a growth in shadows, and they would get a glimpse of her observing on the periphery of their field of view. Still, Charles went to pay his respects at the tomb. But at this point, he did not weep. He wore a grin. The reason being that he was aware that his mother was listening. She would respond at some point in the future. Yes, in fact, Charles was no longer the same shattered youngster following the meeting at the cemetery, which occurred some weeks after the event. Instead of approaching him, the other orphans avoided him and whispered behind his back. A youngster who spoke with the dead was referred to as ghost-touched by those who knew him. Even those who were responsible for his care kept a wary watch on him and crossed their fingers whenever he passed by. But Charles was unconcerned about it, due to the fact that he was no longer alone himself. The dreams were the beginning of it all. In the darkness, Charles would see his mother standing at the foot of his bed, her ethereal figure shimmering faintly. This was something that Charles saw every night. Despite the fact that she never talked, her presence was sufficient. It was then that she did it, at long last, one evening. There are other people that are similar, like me, Charles. You are need to assist them. It was with a gulp that he awoke, his heart racing rapidly. It was really cold in the room. One word was written in ice on the wall that was directly across from his bed. Open your ears. It was a voice that Charles heard the next day as he was doing his duties. The voice was so quiet that it might have been the wind. Behind the old oak, he evaded the other people and made his way toward the enormous tree that was located on the outside of the orphanage grounds. He was curious about what was going on. There was a little locket that had corroded and was partially buried in the ground around it. When he finally managed to pry it open, an image of a young girl that had started to fade was staring back at him. During that night, he had dreams about her. She said, "My name was Emily," as she introduced herself. "They buried me at this location. Everyone forgets about me, with the exception of you." Though he had left the locket beneath his pillow, Charles was startled, awake, and discovered that he was holding it securely in his palm. Charles had always been a source of resentment for Mr. Grayson, the strict individual who served as the headmaster of the orphanage. The event that took place at the cemetery, however, caused his animosity to transform into something more sinister, terror. During the course of one evening, Charles found himself listening in on him as he whispered something to another member of the staff. The kid in question is not natural. His mother's passing was not typical in any way. And at this point, he is noticing stuff. "What exactly do you mean?" the other person inquired. When Mr. Grayson spoke, his voice became more subdued. There was more to her illness than that. However, there were rumors regarding the extent of her capabilities. A chill went through Charles's veins. On that particular evening, his mother made another appearance. However, this time she was not single. There were a dozen gloomy individuals standing behind her, and their eyes turned to him with empty expressions. "They were murdered, Charles," his mother was heard to say, "just like me." Charles started digging, not just in the ground, but also in the documents that had been neglected by the orphanage. He had nothing except the timidity of a kid. What he discovered was a nightmare that no one had ever had the courage to discuss. Once upon a time, the property that later became the location of the orphanage was used as a place to house unwanted children. These were children who had peculiar powers and children who saw things that others were unable to see. With each passing moment, each and every one of them vanished. It had been his mother who had been one of them. "Is that you, Mr. Grayson?" It wasn't enough for him to be a caregiver. As a murderer, he died. The next stormy night, Charles met Mr. Grayson in his office at his place of business. The guy first laughed, But then Charles put the locket on his desk, which caused him to change his mind. Emily says hello. Suddenly, the room was filled with a chilling blackness. Window squeaks might be heard. The walls moaned in protest, and after that, they arrived. Shadows began to form as they moved out from the edges of the room and began to take shape. Children with emaciated cheeks and empty eyes walked up in dozens. Their faces were haggard. The scream came from Mr. Grayson. Charles, meanwhile, was just observing. He came to the realization that justice did not necessarily originate from those who were still alive. Mr. Grayson was discovered in his office the next morning, his body as rigid as stone and his face set in a state of frozen dread. A heart attack was the diagnosis that the physicians gave. The orphans, however, were aware of the reality. Charles left the orphanage not long after that, and he was eventually adopted by a kind old couple who did not show any fear when he talked to the void. You may also see him if you pass by the cemetery at midnight. He would be sitting beside the grave of his mother, surrounded by shadows that were flickering. I am listening, holding out for safeguarding, because the dead are incapable of forgetting. Additionally, Charles does not do so.
Over the course of many years, Julian and Nova had fantasized about the sound of small feet stepping about in their house. This moment, the positive pregnancy test that finally shone with hope, had been the culmination of a variety of experiences, including fertility treatments, heartbreaks, and infinite prayers. During the moment when Julian drew Nova into a hug and said, "We're going to be parents," Nova clenched the stick in her fists, which were shaking and tears were flowing down her cheeks. Unease began to creep in, despite the fact that their delight was limitless. In comparison to what would be considered typical for a woman who had just given birth for the first time, Nova's stomach grew at an alarmingly rapid pace. By the 4th month, it seemed that she was prepared to give birth. Concerned, they hurried to their obstetrician, Dr. Langford, who first did an ultrasound with a frown on his face before breaking into a grin. "Congratulations," he concluded by saying, "You're having twins." They experienced a wave of relief. It's a pair. The quick increase might be explained by this. When Julian laughed, he imagined that there were 2 little copies of themselves running about. Despite her exhaustion, Nova felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It was in the dark that they murmured names to each other. Maybe Liam and Lily. They painted the nursery in gentle yellows and greens, purchased doubles of everything, and painted the nursery rooms. On the other hand, as the months went by, Nova's suffering became intolerable. Her abdomen was being pierced by sharp sensations, and she was experiencing odd, rhythmic motions under her skin, which caused her to tremble. Dr. Langford reassured them, it's just the twins being active, and they were relieved. After that, during a rainy night, Nova's water failed to hold, while she screamed through contractions. Julian rushed through the streets that were sloppy with rain on his way to the hospital. He held her hand tightly. The air was heavy with expectancy, and the delivery room was buzzing with the activity of nurses. "I urge you, Nova, another time, please." It was strongly recommended by Dr. Langford. A last, agonizing scream was heard from Nova as she gave birth to the first baby. There is no sound. Then there are gasps. A tray was dropped by a nurse, and there was a metallic clang. The knees had buckled in Julian because the individual who was in the hands of the physician was not a kid. The object was little, shimmering, and incorrect. When Dr. Langford raised the second, which was similar to the first, his face became completely devoid of color. Nova was soaked in perspiration and strained her eyes to see. "What exactly is it? Please let me see my children." In a weak whisper, Julian's voice could be heard. "Nova, they're not babies." Having the appearance of living stones, the organisms were smooth, oval, and pulsing in a subtle manner. There were veins of gold that ran through what seemed to be shells, and their surfaces glistened with an uncanny, opalescent brilliance. What are they? Nova shed tears. After then, there was a crack. The surface of the first fracture seemed to have a very little break across it. Next comes the second. Additionally, something inside moved. There was complete and utter fear in the delivery room. With their palms put to their lips, the nurses retreated from the situation. The medical gloves that Dr. Langford was wearing were slippery with amniotic fluid, and he was holding one of the pulsing shells at arm's length. His breath came out in short gasps. Nova, who was still shivering from the labor process, extended her hand with shaky fingers. She said, "Give them to me," with a stern tone in her voice. She was seized by Julian's wrist. "Nova, don't!" It was, however, too late. As the first shell broke apart, the room was filled with the sound of a cracking sound that was moist and splintered. There was something black and shimmering that emerged from inside. It was a skinny, segmented arm that was too long and had too many joints to be human. Before another limb followed, it flexed, testing the air, and then another limb followed after that. After the second shell burst, the room was filled with a loud, keening sound. It was not the sound of a baby crying. Rather, it was the sound of something foreign, chittering, like the scraping of insect legs. Nova let out a scream. Despite the fact that their bodies were unfolding in ways that caused the mind to recoil, the creatures managed to free themselves. They had no faces, but rather carapaces that were sleek and resembled obsidian, and their limbs ended in appendages that were pointed with needles. They moved in a manner that was eerily synchronized, with motions that were abnormally precise and alert. One of them turned its head, which was devoid of any distinguishing features, toward Nova. There was a tray of tools that Dr. Langford knocked over as he lurched backward. He shouted at the nurses, assuring them to get them out, contain them now. But the monsters moved at a rapid pace, too quickly. As its body clung to the ceiling tiles, it defied gravity and skittered up the wall, causing it to climb higher. Julian was able to just avoid being hit by the other person, and he ended up sliding backward into the floor of the hospital. While she was still bleeding, Nova broke down in tears. Which ones are they? What is it that I should be aware of? The door suddenly slammed open. Strange, buzzing equipment were brought in by men dressed in black hazmat suits who surged into the room. They were silent as they pointed the gadgets in the direction of the beasts. In response to the high-pitched frequency that permeated the atmosphere, the entities let out shrieks as their bodies began to convulse and then collapsed into twitching heaps. An individual wearing a mask approached, his voice being muffled by the costume he was wearing. "Mrs. Delaney, you need to come with us." Julian struggled to get to his feet again. "Who the hell are you?" As he turned to face Dr. Langford, the guy paid him no attention. "It was expected of you to keep an eye on her. The situation should not have progressed to this point." A stuttering I thought it was just twins, was heard from the doctor. "Twins?" Laughing, the guy said. "She was never pregnant with human children." The image of Nova was swimming. Then, what were they? Before responding, the guy in the hazardous materials suit paused. "You were a host." The hazardous materials crew worked with chilling efficiency, securing the animals who were twitching into those containment units that were strengthened. A gloved hand forced Nova back into the bed as she attempted to sit up, despite the fact that she was debilitated and shaking. The lead operator spoke to Mrs. Delaney in a tone that was devoid of any emotion and conveyed the message: "You need to remain still. There will be time for answers later." Julian made a move to advance, but two agents were able to stop him. "What in the name of all that is holy? Oh my God, what have you done to my wife?" The operator paid him no attention and instead turned his attention to Dr. Langford. "You were given an explanation of the potential dangers associated with the operation. This was a failure in terms of containment procedure?" Nova only murmured, her thoughts raced. Had she been subjected to any kind of experimentation? Had she even been pregnant in the first place? The doctor's expression changed to one of remorse. "I swore to myself that I had no idea it would reach to this extent." The preliminary scans revealed the presence of viable embryos, human embryos. When Nova moved in closer, the visor of the operative mirrored the tears that were streaming down her cheeks. You were implanted with something else entirely. She felt a chilling fear work its way down her spine. What do you mean, implanted? A sudden thump began to reverberate from inside one of the containment containers before he had the opportunity to respond. There was still life in the animals. As the reinforced glass broke under the influence of an unusual power, one of the hazardous materials agents uttered a curse. As it strained against the breach, the creature within writhed its limbs in an attempt to determine whether or not it was weak. "We have to get moving at this moment," the chief operator yelled. Nova was pushed toward the entrance of the facility while being put onto a stretcher and having her fur lines yanked out of her arms. When Julian was restrained, he battled against them. "Nova! No way would you dare to take her!" He was taken aback by a resounding crack. There was a break in the containment unit. The needle-like limbs of the monster pierced through the hazmat suit like paper as it propelled itself toward the closest agent. An injection of a black, viscous substance was administered to the guy, and he let out a scream as it was administered. Subsequently, his body became stiff and convulsed. In the direction of Nova, the second monster crept slowly. She shouted and scurried back at the same time, but it was too late, and it lunged. A gunshot could be heard. The creature's carapace burst, releasing a shower of dark ichor into the air. The creature screamed and thrashed before finally succumbing. The second beast growled and retreated into the shadows as other armed law enforcement officers poured into the area. Noah's wrist was seized by the lead operative, who took a firm grasp on it. "We are going to bring you along right now," as she cried out. "Why, what am I to you?" The response he gave caused her blood to become ice. "You're the only one who survived the incubation. Some heroes wear capes, others carry books. But Ethan Blackwood, he had something even better: two fiercely loyal dogs and a mind sharper than a blade." This is the story of a boy who was bullied, ignored, and underestimated until the day he decided to fight back in the most unexpected way. With the help of his extraordinary canine companions, Ethan didn't just change his fate, he changed the entire school. From facing down bullies to uncovering a shocking conspiracy, Ethan's journey proves that bravery comes in many forms and sometimes it walks on four legs. Let us know where you are watching from and what time you found this video. We read every single comment and subscribe for more inspiring content. Ethan Blackwood hated the prospect of walking to school each and every morning. At the tender age of 10, he was already a genius. His mind functioned like a supercomputer, allowing him to solve difficult problems and recite whole textbooks from memory. The bullies who abused him on a regular basis, however, did not care about any of it. The ringleader, Lucas Carter, and his group made it their mission to make Ethan's life as miserable as possible. A number of insults were directed at him, including freak, robot, and teacher's pet. They also stole his lunch and tripped him in the halls. Ethan made an effort to ignore them, but the harsh behavior just became more severe. Ethan went to the principal's office one day in a state of deep desperation for assistance. His voice was soft as he said, "They won't leave me alone." When Principal Higgins looked up from his desk, he did so very briefly. To quote Ethan, "Kids will be kids, raise your game." At that same moment, Ethan had the realization that if no one was going to assist him, he would have to assist himself. Not your typical family, Ethan's family was. His father had been a K-9 unit trainer in the past, and his house was full with very well-trained guard dogs. These were not the sort of dogs that were cuddly and fluffy, rather, they were enormous, intelligent creatures who were bred for obedience and strength. One of them was Titan, a German Shepherd with military-level discipline, and the other was Valkyrie, a German Shepherd. Ethan spent many weeks getting ready. Both Titan and Valkyrie learned new instructions from him, including guard, silent watch, and intimidate. From that point on, they learned to only answer to him and to remain still until they were given an instruction. Afterward, he made his move on a certain morning. When Ethan entered the school grounds with Titan and Valkyrie at his side, the whole yard became quiet. Ethan was accompanying Titan and Valkyrie. The canines were massive, powerful, and sleek, and their eyes were a piercing amber color. Simply being in their company was like having a force field around Ethan. Children stopped in the middle of their step. Teachers stared in awe. Those who had been laughing near the swings, including Lucas and his company, immediately became pale. Ethan did not utter a single word. All he did was walk ahead, and the dogs followed his every step with the utmost accuracy. Always the idiot, Lucas attempted to put up a strong front. "What, you need your mutts to protect you now?" he said with disapproval. Ethan gave a smirk. "Sit." "Well, that is not a command to the dogs. It is to Lucas." Titan emitted a low, rumbling growl from his mouth. The ears of Valkyrie were pinned back, and her fangs were exposed to the point where they glinted in the sunshine. Luke sat down immediately on the ground. The whole school let out a collective gasp and laughed nervously in response. Ethan wasn't able to chuckle. "From this point forward, if anyone touches me, insults me, or even looks at me in the wrong way, my dogs will know," he added in a calm and collected manner while kneeling next to Titan and caressing his fur. More was not required of him to say. This was a very obvious statement. The school was in disarray, but for a different reason than Ethan had anticipated. A peculiar thing took place in place of terror, and that was disrespect. This time, children who had before disregarded him gazed at him with wonder. In a hurry, educators worked to revise the regulations against bullying. Even the principal, Higgins, who had suddenly become extremely concerned about Ethan's health, convened an emergency meeting to discuss the importance of compassion. But what is the most exciting part? Lucas totally avoided him at all costs. Sometime later, Ethan discovered a letter in his locker that read, "I'm sorry, not a name." However, he was aware of it. There was no gloating on Ethan's part. He had no reason to do so. It was not through violence that he had triumphed. Rather, it was through overwhelming, unshakable might. Ever since that day, Ethan Blackwood has not been bullied by anybody else before or after. Therefore, geniuses are not simply able to outwit their adversaries, they are superior than them. Ethan was able to stroll through the hallways of the school without feeling any anxiety for the first time in years. Titan and Valkyrie, who had been his devoted bodyguards, were no longer required to follow him a daily basis since their reputation was sufficient to deter the bullies from approaching him. However, something even more peculiar started to take place. The children who had previously disregarded him now muttered as he walked by, not in a mocking manner, but rather in awe. Even a few of them smiled at him. There were a few courageous individuals who attempted to initiate discussions by inquiring about the dogs, his training techniques, and even his ideas on more complex mathematical issues. For Ethan, this was a new experience because he had spent so much time being invisible, or even worse, a target. He was completely unprepared to deal with the feeling of being appreciated. After then, the most shocking twist of all occurred. Lucas Carter, who had been Ethan's tormentor in the past, but was now his anxious shadow, stayed by his desk one day while Ethan was packing his luggage. Ethan," a murmur came from Lucas as he scratched his sneaker on the ground. Titan, who had been resting next to him, raised his head ever so slightly. Lucas began to flinch, but he did not give in. "What?" Ethan inquired with a wary tone. I wanted to express my regret simply." In every case, Lucas took a heavy breath in. Then, "I am curious as to whether or not you would be able to assist me with anything." Ethan arched his brow in surprise. "Help you?" Before leaning in, Lucas took a quick peek around. "I'm not doing well in math, as in, it's pretty awful. And I won't be able to continue playing soccer if I don't pass the test. You, on the other hand, are a genius, so would you be willing to be my tutor?" Ethan came close to laughing. Could this be the reason why Lucas had been so harsh the whole time? Simply because he was having a hard time in school? Then, however, he looked into Lucas's eyes and saw something that he had never seen before: dread. Nor because of the dogs, nor because of retribution, but because of losing. The arms of Ethan were crossed. "Why should I help you?" He hesitatingly spoke. "Because I was a jerk before, it was not appropriate for me to be." Also, he drew in a long, deep breath. "I'll make sure that you are never bothered by anybody else again." "Oh, I swore." Ethan looked down at him. Subsequently, he gave a slow nod. "That's fine." "One thing, however, is a prerequisite." "Anything," Lucas responded in a hurried manner. "You have to meet my dogs properly." Lucas's face became pallid. Ethan gave a smirk. "Not to frighten you, sir. So that you may see that they are not monsters." "To the contrary, I am not." Immediately after school, Ethan took Lucas to his backyard, where he and Valkyrie were basking in the warmth of the sun. Initially, Lucas was frozen, but Ethan gave him a treat to break the ice. "You should extend your hand. It is flat. Encourage them to come to you." Titan accepted the goodie with a gentle touch after taking a whiff of Lucas's hand. He was prodded by Valkyrie, who was wagging her tail. The chuckle that Lucas gave out was weak. "There. Actually kinda cool." He smiled at Ethan. "That's right." Indeed, they are. Over the course of the following several weeks, an extraordinary event took place. Lucas stayed true to his promise. Not only did he put an end to the bullying, but he also assumed the role of Ethan's most valiant protector. As a result of Ethan's tutoring, Lucas's academic performance improved. Soon after, more children who were having difficulty sought for assistance as well. Ethan never anticipated that he would become well known. However, by the time the semester was up, he had not only established himself as the most intelligent student, but he had also become the head of a study club that met after school. Even the principal, Higgins, saw what was going on and praised Ethan for his initiative. "Is that Lucas?" Ethan grew to see him as his best buddy. A smile appeared on Lucas's face one day as they were walking home together, with Titan and Valkyrie trotting beside them. "You know, if you'd just brought the dogs on day one, we could have avoided all that drama." He laughed very loud. No, for me, it was necessary for you to find it out on your own." Lucas pushed him in a fun manner. "You are a total genius. Move of genius." For the very first time in his life, Ethan did not only experience a sense of intelligence. It seemed as if he could not be stopped. It was getting close to the conclusion of the school year, and Ethan Blackwood had established himself as something of a legend. As a result of his two formidable canine protectors and the fact that he tutored half of the class, he was no longer the silent child in the corner. He was respected. However, just as everything seemed to be going according to plan, a mystery was revealed. It began with little occurrences, such as chalkboards being wiped overnight, sports equipment being stolen from the gym, and even the highly treasured robotics kit belonging to the school being taken away. The first thing that everyone blamed was the reckless pupils. After then, the thefts became more brazen. Projectors, speakers, and even the emergency money from the principal's office were among the items that were removed from the audio-visual room on a particular morning. The school was in a state of disarray. With a gloomy expression on his face, Principal Higgins called for an emergency meeting. His declaration was, "This is over now. Whoever is responsible will face severe consequences." Suddenly, Ethan became aware of something peculiar. Higgins' hands were trembling. It is not with rage, it is with dread. With order to assist with the reorganization of the library, Ethan remained late that day. As he walked by the principal's office, he became aware of sounds that were whispered. A teacher said, "Can't keep covering for you," as she walked away. "I have no choice," Higgins lamented, expressing his desperation. If the school board finds out as Ethan reached closer, the door made a creaking sound. A deep growl was given forth by Titan. All of a sudden, the voices came to a halt. Even when Ethan hastily slipped aside, his thoughts were racing. What was Higgins trying to conceal? On that particular evening, Ethan, along with Titan and Valkyrie, sneaked back into school. There was a spooky silence throughout the quarters, with moonlight beaming through the windows. Ethan murmured, "Search." The word. The dogs spread out in a flurry, their noses on the ground. He followed Valkyrie to the janitor's closet, where a concealed panel in the wall swung out to show a cache of objects that had been stolen without permission. However, a shadow moved earlier than Ethan could respond to it. With a pale expression on his face, Principal Higgins walked into the light. "Ethan, you shouldn't be here." In reality, Higgins was the victim of blackmail rather than the robber. "I made a mistake many years ago," he said, his voice cracking completely. "A person discovered that. They are coercing me into causing damage to the school in order to get it to shut down. The land is desired for the purpose of development." One of Ethan's eyes narrowed. "Who?" A voice could be heard coming from the shadows. "Me, the dissatisfied former groundskeeper of the school, Mr. Graves, who had been dismissed many years ago for dangerous procedures, walked out of the building." While he was holding up a phone, he smiled. "I now have evidence that both of you were spying on each other. You should bid farewell to your futures." Although Graves lunged, Ethan was prepared for it. Tighten guard. The enormous German Shepherd confronted Graves, with its jaws bared, and barred his passage. Behind him, Valkyrie made a circuitous path, preventing him from escaping. The Graves became frozen. "Call them off." The arms of Ethan were crossed. "Not until you delete that footage and turn yourself in," as Graves snarled. He dropped the phone and ran away from the situation. However, he did not make much progress. After receiving a text from Ethan, Lucas and a bunch of kids rushed in and tackled Graves to the ground. When the police came, they saw Principal Higgins admitting everything to the superintendent while also finding Graves in handcuffs, which were made by the homemade zip ties that were provided by the robotics club. When daylight arrived, the news had spread across the whole town. The brilliant young man and his canines had uncovered a nefarious scheme. It was not to reprimand, but rather to celebrate, that the school arranged a special assembly 1 week later. As a result of the efforts of Ethan Blackwood, the superintendent said that the school is safer than it has ever been. The audience became ecstatic and cheered. Ethan received an appreciative nod from Higgins, who is now on probation, but has been pardoned. A smile appeared on Lucas's face as Ethan walked out of the room, Titan and Valkyrie at his side. "And so, Brilliance, what's the next step?" And Ethan grinned. "Who will know? However, we will be prepared." With that, the three individuals walked into the sunshine, irrepressible in their action. Nina had always taken great delight in the fact that she was a cautious mother. Since her son Jacob was born, she has made it her mission to ensure that his nursery is a secure haven. She has ensured that it is equipped with child-resistant locks on the windows, cushioned crib rails, soft blankets, and a baby monitor that is always at her side. The fact that her 15-month-old son had been missing from his crib for the prior 3 nights was not explained by any of the aforementioned factors. She came dangerously close to having a heart attack the very first time it occurred. Before she went to bed, she had tucked Jacob in, kissed his forehead, and double-checked the baby gate that was located outside his door. On the other hand, when she entered the living room the next morning, she saw him laughing on the floor, surrounded by his stuffed animals, and the golden retriever that belonged to the family, Max, licking his face as if he were acting as an accomplice. How is it? At that time, Jacob was unable to get out of his crib. It was impossible for him to reach the doorknob. Max, on the other hand, had not yet begun to learn how to turn handles. Nina and David, Nina's husband, attributed it to a random occurrence, speculating that maybe they had neglected to secure the gate. On the other hand, when it occurred once again the next night, and then once more the night after that, their uncertainty had transformed into fear. Right at that moment, they made the decision to install a covert camera. There is not only the baby monitor, there is also an actual security camera that is motion activated and has night vision, and it is placed just over Jacob's cot. If anything was taking place, they would be able to observe it. The next morning, Jacob was nowhere to be found. The next time, He was in the hallway, chatting to the cat that belonged to the household. The moment Nina picked up the video on her phone, her hands began to shake intensely. The breath that David took was shallow as he leaned over her shoulder. At first, the video showed Jacob sleeping in a calm and serene manner. The crib began to shake at 2:37 in the morning. It did not roll like a baby. Rather, it seemed as if somebody had pushed it from below. A shadow moved under the crib, and the infrared light from the camera flickered along with it. Then, in a gradual and incomprehensible manner, the teeny tiny hands stretched out from under the mattress. The fingers were frail and pallid, and they curled over the side of the crib. Nina was unable to let forth a scream. A second kid, a flawless and quiet clone of Jacob, got into the crib despite the fact that the hands were pulling. Before reaching down and gathering the actual Jacob into its arms, the doppelganger gazed at the sleeping infant with eyes that were lifeless and unblinking. It then vanished back under the crib, taking Jacob with it in a move that was too rapid for the camera to record in its entirety. That was the end of the clip. When Nina and David tore up the nursery, however, they discovered something that was far more terrible than they had anticipated. There was a hole buried under the floorboards, which was located beneath the crib. In a tunnel on the interior, there were hundreds of small handprints etched into the wood. Some of them were recent, while others were decades old. There has always been a stealthy person living in the home. In addition, it was not just interested in playing with Jacob. The intention was to take his position. While Nina was staring at the hole that was located underneath the crib, her scream became stuck in her throat. It seemed as if something had been creeping in and out of the wood for years, since the wood around the edges had become smooth and worn. Many years, it may be longer. One of David's actions was to take a flashlight and shine it into the darkness. The laser failed to penetrate the darkness, but for a fraction of a second, they were able to see it. There is a face. Tiny, pallid, and terribly wrong in every way. In the moments before it disappeared into the darkness with a skittering sound, its eyes reflected the light in a manner similar to that of an animal. With her heart pounding, Nina grabbed Jacob and yanked him into her arms. "We will be departing." Right now, it was described as a wonderful fixer-upper by the real estate agent. Unbeatable value for the money. At this point, Nina got the reason. She searched through old newspapers at the library until she came upon it, which was a tale from the year 1952. Their home had been occupied by a family before to their arrival. 3 people, a couple and their little kid, Daniel. The parents were certain that they heard laughter coming from the nursery space one night. Daniel was discovered to be playing with another youngster, a boy who seemed to be an exact replica of him, when they searched the area. In the AM of the next day, Daniel left. Weeks were spent searching by the cops. The only thing they discovered was a single, very little handprint that had been pushed into the dust that was below the cot. A relocation was made by the family. The home was deserted for a number of years. This was before Nina and David came in. In the evening, Nina blocked Jacob's door with a barrier. David put the floors in place using nails. They came to an agreement that one of the parents would remain up throughout the night while the other would sleep. However, the baby monitor began to make a crackling sound about 3:17 in the morning. Joking around, Nina sprung erect in a hurry. On the screen, Jacob's crib was seen to be empty. After then, the camera began to tilt, as if it had been taken by something. Hissing from the speaker was a voice that was too sharp to be static, and it was a whisper. "We just want to play." Some of the lights flickered. At the entrance, there was a scratching sound. After that, "Make a knock, make a knock, make a knock." The innocent inquiry that Jacob posed lingered in the air, and Nina's blood began to run cold. With a desperate and anxious expression on her face, she got down on her knees and peered beneath the bed. None of it, only shadows here. While she was ruffling Jacob's hair, she stifled a chuckle. "Just your imagination, sweetheart." That night, however, while she lay awake looking at the ceiling, she became aware of the following. Scratching is being done. Weekly. Intended to be. originating from where Jacob's new bed is located. However, David's side of the mattress was vacant as she stretched out to grab him. At 3:17 in the morning, the digital clock displayed the witching hour. A floorboard in the hallway made a creaking sound. Nina waited with bated breath as the door to the bedroom slowly opened. David's body was silhouetted by the moonlight, yet there was something wrong with it. Rather than being natural, his motions were jerky. David? His eyes reflected the light in a manner similar to those of an animal as he turned. Just like the object from the old home, his grin was overly big and spread all across his face. It was David's voice that rasped, "You should have let him play with me." Yet it was no longer his voice. "Now I need a new daddy." At his back, a pair of teeny tiny bare feet floated down the corridor. The darkness was filled with the sound of Jacob's laughing. "We're a family now."
The human body is a masterpiece, a living, breathing canvas waiting to be adorned. For some, tattoos are self-expression. For others, they become an obsession. But what if the ink itself had a will of its own? What if the symbols etched into flesh weren't just art, but a doorway? Renato De Luca learned the hard way. His body became a temple of tattoos, every inch covered in esoteric designs, sacred scripts, and occult imagery. But when he crossed the line and inked his eyes, his tongue, even the spaces between his skin, something awoke inside him. Something ancient, something hungry. 2 years after his disappearance, the police found him. But he was no longer human. His body had become something else, a writhing, shifting mass of living ink, whispering in languages no one could understand. And the worst part, he wasn't alone. This is the story of a man who became art, and the nightmare that followed when the art became alive. Let us know where you're watching from and what time you found this video. At the age of 18, Renato De Luca had a tattoo of a sleeve of stars, each star representing a significant memory. This was the beginning of his fixation. However, as time went on, his body transformed into a complex maze of art. He had Sanskrit mantras wound around his spine, Maori warriors battling over his ribs, and alchemical symbols flashing on his hands. But it wasn't until he met her, the mysterious tattoo artist Sarah, who operated out of a neon-lit business in the shadowy alleyways of Prague, that his devotion began to spiral into lunacy. However, Sarah's ink was not your typical pigment. Her tattoos, which were made from a mixture of shattered meteorite, bioluminescent fungus, and what she referred to as the breath of forgotten gods, flickered softly in the dark, giving the impression that they were already alive. Her needle was buzzing like a wasp as she cautioned Renato during their first session together. "The body is a temple," she pointed out, "but there are certain doors that, once opened, cannot be shut again." With a giggle, he dismissed her as a superstitious individual. His family had already staged interventions by the time he tattooed his eyes, which resulted in the sclera being stained black with ink and allowing him to see. Beyond the veil, Sophia, his sister, pleaded with him to stop, recoiling in horror as she saw at the hieroglyphs that were now covering his neck. His voice was raspy as he persisted, "They are speaking to me and I am listening, the final piece. Everything will make perfect sense." The most recent session lasted for a total of 3 days. The face of Renato was imprinted by Zara with a jackal that was sprawling and had 3 eyes. The jackal's jaws were consuming his lips, and its claws were ripping his neck. When she was completed, she declined to accept money. At the same time as she was burning the remaining ink in a copper bowl, she whispered, "You've paid enough." A rotten scent emanated from the smoke. The Renato disappeared. After being filled with art in the past, his residence in Prague turned into a mausoleum. It was claimed by neighbors that howls could be heard reverberating through the walls, and the floors were shaking as if something gigantic were dragging itself over the roof. There were lights that flashed in patterns, which a student of physics said were Morse code, writing out sentences in Akkadian. These phrases included, "The veil is thin and he walks." Then there was complete quiet. Apartment for B was shunned by the occupants of the building for a period of 2 years. Before Marco, a delivery guy, saw that the door was slightly ajar. As he peered inside, he became completely still. The walls were no longer walls. Rather, they rippled and came to life with tattoos that reflected Renato's own tattoos that were moving. It was then that Renato, or whatever had become of him, stood in the middle of the room. His physique had become more open. A hollow was revealed where organs should have been, but instead there was a maelstrom of stars and tendrils of ink spiraling into an abyss. The ribs flailed apart like wings, displaying the cavity. Voices, hundreds of voices, gurgled from his throat while his tattooed eyes leaked black fluid, and his tongue, which was now carved with Enochian lettering, lolled. They spoke out in unison. "He's here. He has awakened." Marco screamed as he ran away. A submerged flat belonging to Renato was discovered by the police. The floors, the furniture, and even the air itself were filled with sentient symbols that attached themselves to their flashlights, causing the batteries to run out of power. In the bedroom, Renato knelt down with his back to them, moaning in languages that were no longer spoken. As soon as Officer Kova made contact with Renato's shoulder, his head turned through 180 degrees, and his jaws began to unhinge. The corpse fell to the ground, disintegrating into a pool of shimmering sludge as it did so. On the other hand, the tattoos continued to exist, floating in the air like a pulsing three-dimensional map of a world that was above ours. And the third eye of the jackal, which had become detached, hung above the policemen, speaking straight into their minds. "This door was opened by you. Now he is coming within a single night." Zara's parlor was gone. During the following weeks, Officer Covey experienced the development of rashes that formed words that were intelligible, such as "bring the eye." In the dream that Marco, the delivery guy, had, he saw a jackal eating away at the moon. Additionally, the vortex continues to expand inside Renato's flat. Despite the fact that the authorities have sealed the structure, people claim that the ink is still leaking through the concrete and making its way toward the Vltava River. And what about the jackal with 3 eyes? Historiographers are aware of it. A relief from Mesopotamia portrays the same beast standing guard at the entrance of Kir, which is known as the country of the dead. All along, they had believed that it was a myth. That was not the case. The Vltava River started to move in a different direction in the weeks that followed Renato's disappearance. The reflections of the reflections were twisted by tendrils of iridescent darkness. And fishermen said that they saw constellations flashing under the surface of the water. The dogs howled at the manhole covers, their paws bleeding as they scraped at the designs that had been carved overnight into the iron. These symbols were identical to the ones that Renato had on his tongue. The underbelly of the city was transforming into a living text, and the words that it contained were a warning. Officer Linakova, who was now confined in a government laboratory located outside of Brno, saw the transformation of the rashes seen on her arms into sentences. It was the letters that caused her skin to blister, and they requested that she bring her eye to the gate. To conceal the floating third eye of the jackal, which was a shard of obsidian that hummed like a dying star, she had concealed it in a box that was coated with lead. She was drawn to it, however. It revealed her sights to her in her dreams. Zara, the tattoo artist, was positioned on her knees in a grotto nestled under Prague Castle. She was pressing her hands on a stone slab that had an engraving of the 3-eyed jackal. And in the shadows behind her, something was moving unexpectedly. Even while the authorities brushed off the ink as a strange fungus epidemic, some people paid attention to it. Within the confines of secret chat channels, a group known as the Unveiled started putting together the representations of Renato. A linguist by the name of Teresa, who had dropped out of school, was the head of this group. She deciphered a word that was captured on film of Renato's writhing apartment walls. "Please feed the gate." A group of individuals known as the Unveiled got together in secret and tattooed themselves with pieces of Zara's artwork. The first ceremony that they performed was in the sewers, where the ink had accumulated into a lake that was black and reflective like a mirror. Teresa placed her hand into the liquid, and as she did so, the liquid worked its way up her arm, grafting a tattoo of its own accord. The tattoo was a face that was screaming, and it moved over her flesh. Her followers said that her voice could now be heard emanating from manholes, chanting in Sumerian. However, she was vanished by the time daylight arrived. Zara had not escaped. She had been kidnapped. Deep within the old town of Prague, in a crypt that had been shut off since the 14th century, she knelt down in front of the Jackal Gate, which was a big stone door covered with the same symbols that Renato had tattooed on his body. Years ago, she had been a runaway who was lured to the whispering of the ink, which brought her here. She had believed that she was its master, and she had been channeling power via the pigment. Nevertheless, Renato's fixation had thrown everything out of balance. The fissures in the gate were now dripping with the same dark sludge that had given life to her writing, and the monster that was beyond it. Zara growled at the gate, slamming her tattooed hands against it. "You promised me control," she thought to herself. The voice of the jackal, which was both old and amused, reverberated through her bones. "Control is an illusion, little priest," the jackal said. "This door was opened by you. We are now dancing." In order to get the jackal's eye in a hazmat suit that had been stolen, Kova proceeded to go into the sewers. After being absorbed into the hive, the ink had colonized the tunnels, breathing in rhythm, and its surface was covered with human faces who are known as the Unveiled. Zara's tomb was the destination that the eye led her to, where the fissures in the entrance now burned like fires. By the time she entered, she saw Zara hanging in a cocoon of ink, with her body being partially eaten by the sludge. Suddenly, the tattoo artist's eyes, which were pitch black and imploring, split wide. "Smash the eye into the gate," Zara said in a deep voice. "It is the most important thing. The key is the lock. Do it right now." Nevertheless, the room was shaken by the jackal's laugh. The barrier shattered, and Zara's corpse dissolved as the first claw emerged. It was a hand with 3 fingers, taloned and dripping with primordial ink. The city of Prague exploded. The waters of the Vltava went over, and they were replaced by a live flood of ink that consumed automobiles, buildings, and anybody who had a tattoo. Even those who had temporary henna tattoos, those who were burned, did not perish. Rather, they underwent transformation, their bodies unfurled in the same manner as Renato's, becoming gateways for lesser horrors such as winged serpents with human fangs and soot-black phantoms that screamed curses in the voice of the dead. While Kova was confined inside the crypt, he took the only remaining action. She inserted the eye of the jackal into the lock of the gate. The chamber let forth a scream. Before the gate was closed, the claw withdrew, the ink retreated, and the gate was shut, but not before a last roar rocked the earth. This world continues to be with us. At this point, you are all canvases. The survivors of Prague are marked with faint tattoos that they do not recall acquiring, and the city is placed under quarantine. Despite being acclaimed as a hero, Kova conceals the reality, which is that the eye is still in her hands, gently talking to her. Tattoos with symbols of protection and hunger are a common practice among members of the Unveiled, which is now a worldwide network. There is also a video that is making its way across the internet's most obscure corners. It is grainy and unsteady, and it shows Renato's apartment suddenly coming back to life. A new person emerges, and it is a guy made entirely of ink. His features are a moving collage of every tattoo Zara has ever etched. He gives the camera a grin, his voice sounding like a chorus of the unaffected. Knock, knock to the human race. Did you find yourself missing us? In a world quick to judge, where fear often overshadows truth, one little girl's bond with 6 misunderstood pit bulls would rewrite the story of an entire breed. This isn't a tale of tragedy but of miracles, of loyalty stronger than prejudice, and love deeper than fear. When danger came, the dogs the world called monsters became heroes. And what happened next would leave the world speechless. Let us know where you're watching from and what time you found this video. A little girl named Stephanie, who was 4 years old at the time, and her mother, Mary, lived in a peaceful suburban community where there were frequently rumors of caution that overpowered sympathy. When Stephanie was a youngster, she had a strong emotional connection to animals, and she had always wished she had a pet. Mary defied the concerns of society by adopting 6 pit dogs on her birthday. These pit bulls were named after Greek deities: Apollo, Hera, Zeus, Athena, Hercules, and Venus. Mary thought that these names would represent the courageous and devoted nature that she hoped they would exhibit. Stephanie's canines quickly became her faithful friends, despite the fact that the neighbors originally looked at them with a sideways glance. Stephanie's chuckles could be heard over and over again as the pack kissed her cheeks. Their days were filled with games of tag, sharing naps beneath trees that were illuminated by the sun. After seeing the dogs softly nuzzle Stephanie, Mary's concerns dissipated as she saw their tails waggle in a joyful rhythm. Mary became aware of the fact that she had neglected to prepare the ingredients for supper on a cold evening. As Stephanie was interested in a television, Mary raced to the backyard and secured the dogs in their reinforced outside kennel. Stephanie was watching the TV throughout this time. "Stay put, my protectors," she said, oblivious of the irony that would soon reveal itself in the words that she had just spoken. In spite of this, Stephanie's curiosity was piqued. As she made her way to the kennel, she was carrying a bag of chow in her hand. She was determined to surprise her mother. When the lock was fumbled with by little hands, the dogs escaped, not out of rage, but out of fear for their safety. The bag fell off Stephanie's shoulder as she struggled to pour the food, and she was pinned down by its weight. Under the weight of the bag, she screamed out. Her breaths were short as she struggled to breathe. It was then when the pit bulls began their attack. She was surrounded by Zeus and Athena, whose bodies formed a barrier against the chilly earth. Apollo and Hercules used their noses to prod the sack, while Zeus and Athena surrounded Stephanie. An alarm that was so loud that it reverberated throughout the night was sounded by Hera as she ran to the barrier. In an effort to get assistance, Venus, the smallest of the 3, hurriedly ran to the house and scratched at the rear door. As soon as Mary came back, her heart stopped beating. The image that was unfolding in front of her was a nightmare. Her daughter was lying still and encircled by the dogs the whole time. Before she realized that the bag had been thrown aside, the kibble had spilled nearby, and Stephanie was only faintly stirring. She let out a primal cry. Both of the dogs' tails were wagging hesitantly, and their eyes were filled with concern. Moments thereafter, paramedics came after being called by a neighbor who notified them. Someone stated, "Your dogs were the ones who saved her. It was possible that the sack would have smothered her." They moved it just in the nick of time. Stephanie, who was covered in a blanket, was seen cuddling her 6 heroes, their tongues lolling in satisfaction. News teams flooded the area to capture the aftermath of the encounter. The story spread all across the world. There was a lot of praise for the headline, "Pit Bulls Defy Stereotypes and Save Toddler." A challenge to preconceived notions was presented by the millions of views that videos of the dog's rescue effort received. In the past, Mary was a skeptic of fame. However, she has now transformed into an evangelist, giving lectures on the value of empathy and the misunderstandings surrounding breeds. Years later, Stephanie would remember that night not with terror, but with satisfaction in what she had accomplished. One of the lessons that the dogs, who were her legendary guardians, had imparted to the world was that bravery may be delivered in a variety of forms, and that love, when freely given, has the power to silence even the most vocal biases. At the end of the day, the 6 pit bulls did more than simply rescue a kid. They also set in motion a revolution of understanding, beginning with a single paw print. The tale of Stephanie and her 6 pit bulls quickly traveled over the world like wildfire. The story of the courageous canines who had defied prejudices in order to rescue a little child was shared by a variety of people, including prominent figures, news organizations, and campaigners for animal rights. The unexpected attention that Mary received caused her to feel overwhelmed, and she found herself at the center of a movement that she had never anticipated leading. Residents who had previously avoided the dogs by crossing the street now brought food and expressed their regret for their behavior. Parents who had previously cautioned their children to avoid dangerous pit bulls now spoke to Mary about the possibility of allowing their children to interact with the renowned 6. Families who are ready to give misunderstood breeds a chance have given the local animal shelter a boost in the number of adoptions of pit bulls. On the other hand, not everyone was persuaded. Some opponents said that Mary was intentionally orchestrating the incident in order to gain fame, while others believed that the dogs were still a time bomb waiting to explode. One especially outspoken critic, a television broadcaster who is renowned for his tendency toward sensationalism, requested Mary to participate in a live discussion. With a sneer on her face, the host began by asking, "Aren't you just lucky those dogs didn't turn on your daughter, like so many others have?" Mary sat opposite the host, feeling nervous yet determined. She inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. After that, she took out her phone and played a video with it, which was a video that the whole world had not yet seen. It was video from the security cameras covering that night. In the image that appeared on the television, Stephanie was seen straining beneath the bag of kibble, her arms thrashing about. The canines cooperated with one another like a well-trained rescue squad, and they did not show any hesitation. The others formed a protective circle around Stephanie, licking her face to keep her calm as Apollo and Hercules pulled the sack away from her. Afterward, Venus sprinted as fast as she could to the house, barking wildly until a neighbor came sprinting behind her. The studio became completely quiet. Mary said confidently, luck had nothing to do with it, and she was right. Love did, in a rare instance. The host did not make a return. Mary and Stephanie were motivated to establish the Guardians Project, a charitable organization that is committed to both rehabilitating and rehoming pit bulls and other breeds that are considered to be socially unacceptable. Through their travels, they educated youngsters about the need of being compassionate to animals and responsible pet owners. As Stephanie grew older and more experienced, she became the face of the campaign. The link that she had with her 6 guards was a live testimonial to the benign character of these individuals. After then, a letter came at some point in time. A K-9 trainer for the military who had viewed the clip was the one who sent it. "Your dogs displayed remarkable intelligence and teamwork," it said in its description. "With your permission, we'd like to train them as therapy dogs for traumatized children." It was a moment of hesitation for Mary. Could she truly let them go? But Stephanie, who was 7 years old at the time, gazed up at Mom with bright eyes. "They came to my rescue, Mommy. They are now able to rescue other people as well." On the day that the dogs went for their training, it was a melancholy day. As Mary embraced each of them and spoke her appreciation to them, tears flowed down her cheeks. Stephanie created images for them to take with them, even though she was inconsolable. One of the photos was of her and the dogs sitting under their favorite tree. Mary and Stephanie were asked to attend a ceremony that formally recognized Apollo, Hera, Zeus, Athena, Hercules, and Venus as certified therapy dogs. This event took place some months after the first statement was made. They watched as their cherished animals soothed a little boy who had lost his family in a fire by petting him till he smiled for the first time in weeks. The child had been grieving the loss of his family for weeks. Stephanie grasped her mother's hand and squeezed it. Her voice was soft as she said, "They are still our heroes. Now they're everyone's heroes." After a number of years had gone, the legacy of the 6 pit bulls continued to grow. They were the subject of works of literature. There were documentaries that were shot. In a number of states, breed-specific legislation was rendered illegal as a result of legislative changes. Moreover, Mary and Stephanie would go back to their old backyard on the anniversary of that awful night, where a plaque now stood, and they would say the following: "It was here that 6 people who were misunderstood became legendary." May the narrative of their lives serve as a reminder to us that being nice is never an error. But what about the dogs? In the course of their lives, they exemplified the concept that the most passionate love may sometimes be found in the most unexpected things. Some say greed is a slow poison, a creeping rot that devours a man from the inside out. But for Gavin Whitmore, it wasn't slow at all. It came swift and brutal, like a curse whispered into existence, the moment he betrayed his own flesh and blood. This is the story of a man who thought he could cheat fate, steal his father's legacy, and walk away unscathed. He was wrong. Let us know where you are watching from and what time you found this video, and subscribe for more inspiring content. Throughout his whole life, Gavin had held the belief that life owed him more. Harold Whitmore, his father, was a guy who had created a fortune through decades of hard labor. He was a man who was strict yet success-oriented. In addition to being the target of Gavin's fascination, their expansive family house was a stately Victorian mansion with ivy climbing up its stone walls. It was the crown gem of Harold's fortune. For a number of years, Gavin had been living in the shadow of that mansion, harboring resentment at his father for his obstinate unwillingness to give up the property. Harold's voice would be forceful as he would remark, "Gavin, it's not just a house, it would be a legacy." To add insult to injury, legacies are not sold for fast cash. Gavin, on the other hand, was not concerned about legacies. It was important to him to have a life that was free of financial concerns and to have costly watches and luxury automobiles. Therefore, Gavin saw his opportunity when Harold's health started to deteriorate, his once robust form becoming fragile and his bright intellect beginning to deteriorate. The choice was simple to make. There was no way that Harold could put up a fight. Through the use of a few falsified signatures and a bribe that was strategically placed, Gavin was able to arrange for his father to be disappeared. In the moment when the white vehicle came, Harold did not cry or ask for help. Gavin's skin crawled as he gazed at his kid with a gaze that was so heavy that it made him feel uncomfortable. "I'm sorry, Dad," Gavin lied, attempting to inject a sense of regret into his tone of voice. "It's for your own good." The corners of Harold's mouth turned up into a stoic grin of understanding. "You will regret this." After that, he threw himself into the vehicle without uttering a single word. In the beginning, there was no change. After moving into the house, Gavin began holding extravagant parties, bringing acquaintances who were interested in gold mining, and spending money without restraint. Strange occurrences started to take place after that, however. In spite of the fact that it had always been warm and vibrant, the home became chilly. Even in the summer, drafts could be heard slithering along the corridors. It was his father's voice that Gavin heard mumbling in the nighttime, and it came from rooms that were vacant. "You will regret this." During the course of one morning, Gavin discovered the painting of Harold in the study. The eyes of the image had become hollow, and the paint had begun to peel off as if it had dried overnight. After then, the letters arrived. A fresh envelope written in Harold's handwriting was delivered to the mailbox each and every day. On the inside, the same phrases are usually used. "You are never my heir." They continued to come despite Gavin's efforts to destroy them. Gavin, in a state of desperation, rummaged through the old papers of his father. That was the moment when he discovered the truth. It was not his inheritance to inherit the home. A number of years earlier, Harold had given it to a charitable organization, but he had included a stipulation that said, "If my son ever tries to take it from me, the deed becomes void, and the house returns to the earth." It was first Gavin who laughed. A load of superstitious rubbish. On that particular evening, however, the walls started to break. Floors made a groaning sound. The big chandelier that was located in the entryway broke, causing glass to fall into the foyer like rain. Furthermore, Harold's voice reverberated once again from the depths of the darkness. "You are warned. Gavin's riches, his future, and his sanity were all taken with him," as the home crumbled into pieces at morning. A grin appeared on the face of Harold Whitmore, who was working at a peaceful nursing home. A real estate agent discovered the overgrown remnants of the mansion some months after it had been abandoned. A rumor circulated among the townspeople about the avaricious son, who had attempted to take his father's inheritance and had ultimately paid the price for it. And what about Gavin? His last known whereabouts was when he was observed walking the streets while mumbling to himself while still holding a solitary letter that was falling apart. "You will regret this." He did that as well. As he made his way through the streets, Gavin's thoughts began to unravel like the last strands of a cursed tapestry. His once expensive clothing had become torn. Some of the citizens of the town avoided him out of compassion, while others did so out of fear. It seemed as if whispers followed him wherever he went. "That's the man who betrayed his own father. The house swallowed him whole. The old man's curse got him in the end." On the other hand, Gavin hardly heard them. He was preoccupied with listening to the other voice, the one that never left him until it was no longer there. That of his father. A biting cold that gnawed at Gavin's bones arrived with the arrival of winter. In an effort to maintain his own sustenance, he had sold everything he had, including his watch, his jewelry, and even the coat he was wearing. However, the money seemed to slide through his fingers like sand, as if destiny itself was making fun of him because of it. Gavin passed out outside the iron gates of Blackwood Asylum one night, dazed from the effects of hungriness and the cold. At the moment of his awakening, he found himself in a sterile white room, confined to a bed. As he bent forward, a physician with empty eyes looked at him. "Do you know why you're here, Mr. Whitmore?" The words, "the house is gone," were said in a whisper by Gavin, whose lips were fractured. Sighing, the physician said, "Not at all, Gavin. Your home was never yours to lose in the first place." After then, the man's visage, for a little moment, took on the appearance of that of his father. Gavin let out a yell. Every day seemed to turn into a week. It was difficult for Gavin to distinguish between his dreams and his waking terrors. It seemed as if the walls of the institution were speaking to him, their voices seeming hauntingly familiar. "You thought you could outsmart me." One could hear Harold's voice slithering through the crevices. "Boy, a home is consisting of more than simply stone and wood. No, it's a recollection. It's true blood." Despite Gavin's efforts to scratch his ears, the volume of the sound continued to increase. After that, on a certain evening, a person who worked in order handed him a yellow envelope. This was something that the guy mumbled. "I discovered it in the old records. Thought you should see it." The only image that was included therein was of a younger version of Harold standing next to a lady whom Gavin did not recognize. The following is written in a fading pen on the back. This is for Eleanor. Who is the rightful heir? Gavin's breath caught in his chest. As for Eleanor, who the heck was she? It was the name that tormented him. In an effort to determine whether or not his father had ever spoken the name Eleanor, Gavin combed through his fragmented recollections. Not a thing. In the deteriorating library of the institution, he discovered a newspaper clipping dated many decades ago, which read as follows: Local businessman Harold Whitmore's daughter dies in tragic accident, despite the fact that the piece was short. The identity of the author was obvious: Eleanor Whitmore. He has a sister. The existence of a sibling that he was unaware of. It was a spinning room. Had he been kept in the dark about her by his father? Throughout the whole process. Had she been the legitimate heir? Over the course of that night, Gavin had a dream in which he saw a little girl dressed in a white dress standing among the ruins of the mansion. It was a corroded key that she held forth. As she muttered, "You are never supposed to have it," she said. But now it's too late. Gavin received a sealed mail from a nurse one week after the first incident. It could not have been anybody else's handwriting save his father's. He tore it open with hands that were shaking the whole time. It's Gavin. This means that you have gained knowledge of the truth if you are reading it. Eleanor was your identical twin. She was charitable. She was a selfless person. She was the complete opposite of what you were. When she passed away, I was unable to bring myself to talk about her. However, I made a solemn commitment that her legacy would endure in the home, which was intended to serve as a safe haven for people who were in need, rather than a trophy for a guy who was looking to amass wealth. I was under the impression that you were stealing from me. On the other hand, you are merely taking from her. Moreover, you have nothing at this point. Dear son, farewell. Harold is the name. Gavin's vision was a whirlwind. It appeared as if the walls of the institution were pulsating around him, and the air was heavy with the aroma of wet dirt and old wood, which was the fragrance of his biological father's home. After then, the sound of a child's laughing could be heard coming from the darkness. The next morning, Gavin's cell was devoid of any occupants. It was really well organized in the bed. The window was secured from the interior of the building. However, there was a solitary rose that had faded and was lying on the pillow. It was the same sort of rose that had been growing in the garden of the Whitmore house. There were 2 words written in a jumbled font on the wall that was located over the bed. We're home. Many years later, a real estate developer purchased the property that had previously been occupied by the Whitmore mansion. The construction workers refused to set foot on the land, despite the fact that he intended to construct premium condominiums. They said that they heard sounds, including a guy crying, a girl singing, and an elderly man's jovial laugh that was frigid and pleased. It was decided to discontinue the project. When you go by that overgrown plot at twilight, you could just get a glimpse of 3 shadowy figures standing in the ruins at that moment, keeping one's fingers crossed that the next hungry person will make the same error. Throughout her life, Alice had always believed that she was an excellent judge of character. Despite the fact that she had been married to Tom for 4 years, she never considered that he could be cruel. Their relationship was not ideal, but she never imagined that he could be harsh. However, she did not see what he did to Lucky at that time. For the last 8 years, her devoted companion had been Lucky, a French bulldog that she very much cherished. In addition to being a pet, he was a member of the family. As a result, Alice's stomach began to knot with fear as she began to see peculiar bruises on him. These injuries included scratches on his head, a limp in his stride, and most importantly, the way he cowered whenever Tom entered the room. Initially, she attempted to justify it by defending it. The possibility exists that Lucky did, in fact, get into a fight with another dog. Perhaps he is simply that clumsy. But the justifications became less convincing as the injuries continued to manifest, and they always occurred when Tom was alone himself with him. Over the course of one evening, Lucky was shaking in the corner of the living room, a new bruise located close to his eye. Alice crouched down next to him, her hands trembling somewhat as she gently caressed his fur. It was a whisper that she said, "What's happening to you, baby?" Lucky let out a whimper, his large, terrified eyes darting toward the corridor where Tom had just vanished. It was at that very time that Alice realized she could no longer try to ignore things in the camera before going for work the next morning. Alice discreetly installed a tiny concealed camera in the living room. The camera was positioned in such a way that it captured the specific location where Lucky often slept. The act of activating it caused her hands to shake, and she felt a pang of remorse since she had been spying on her own spouse. But she had to be aware of the reality. Upon her return to the house that evening, she saw Lucky wailing in his bed, with yet another new wound appeared on his paw. As she locked herself in the toilet and retrieved the video from her phone, her pulse was pounding faster than ever before. Her heart sank as a result of what she saw. In the footage, Tom was seen sitting on the sofa, watching television, and seemed utterly unconcerned. That is, until Lucky casually entered the room. Suddenly, without any prior notice, Tom's manner turned around. In a voice that was sickening sweet, he beckoned the dog closer to him. "Boy, please come over here." His tail was tucked between his knees as Lucky hesitated, but he eventually obeyed. When Tom's hand reached out to the dog, it was not to pat him, but rather to grab him by the scruff of his neck. This occurred as soon as the dog was within reach. Alice watched in horror as Tom grabbed Lucky off the ground, brutally shaking him, and then smashing him against the floor when he finally fell to the ground. While Lucky screamed and ran away, Tom had nothing but laughter to offer. "What are you going to do, huh?" His kicks were not powerful enough to leave a visible mark on the dog, but they were powerful enough to frighten the animal. Then, in a tone that was so icy that it didn't even seem like her husband, he whispered, "You're nothing but a stupid mutt." Alice quickly brought her palms to her lips, and tears began to cloud her eyes. This was not a one-time occurrence. The way that Lucky trembled and the way that Tom moved with such casual brutality made it quite evident that this had been going on for a considerable amount of time. That evening, Alice did not get any sleep. The thoughts in her head were rushing as she prepared a suitcase for herself and Lucky. Who was this guy whom she had gone on to marry? How could she have possibly overlooked this? While Tom was at work the next morning, she brought Lucky to the veterinarian and documented every damage that he sustained. Soon after that, she went immediately to a lawyer. To his surprise, Tom discovered divorce papers on the kitchen table when he returned home that evening. Additionally, he discovered a single screenshot from the hidden camera film. Alice had already left the room. A speedy divorce was finalized. Tom did not even make an effort to deny the proof of animal mistreatment, despite the fact that it was indisputable. However, Alice did not stop there. She went on to submit a complaint with the police and to pursue charges. In their state, the rules on animal cruelty were quite harsh, and with the video proof, Tom was in danger of being fined and even going to jail. What about Lucky then? He made a full recovery, although he continued to recoil in response to abrupt movements. She made certain that he would never have to be afraid again. She relocated to a new house very far away from Tom so that she and Lucky could begin a fresh life together. She would sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in a cold sweat, and she would be plagued by the thought, "What if I hadn't set up that camera?" On the other hand, Lucky would eventually snuggle up next to her his warm body serving as a constant reminder that she had made the proper decision. All of that was sufficient. After Alice signed the divorce papers, she believed that the horror had finally come to an end. On the other hand, she was incorrect. Tom's departure was not a peaceful one. It started off with very little issues, like his texts from strange numbers and calls that ended abruptly when she answered them. After that, Lucky's food dish vanished from the porch she had just moved onto. After a week had passed, she discovered muddy boot prints outside the window of her bedroom. Tom was observing her closely. Despite the fact that she put security cameras all around her new home, the number of infractions continued to rise. When she awoke one morning, she discovered that Lucky's favorite toy, a plush bear that had been damaged, had been nailed to her front door with a knife inserted through its chest. Along with the letter, there was a message written by Tom that said, "You shouldn't have left." It seemed as if Alice's blood had frozen. Although she went back to her attorney, the restraining order had little effect on the situation. His brother was a law enforcement officer, and all of a sudden, the police stopped taking her calls seriously. Tom had contacts for this. They murmured just a bitter X for emphasis. Finally, Lucky vanished from view. Alice arrived at her house to find the rear gate open, and his leash had broken in half. She searched the area in a frantic manner while yelling his name till her voice finally broke or she passed out. On that particular evening, she received a video message on her phone. A dark and grainy footage was captured. Lucky could be heard wailing as she was restrained in what seemed to be a cellar. Tom's hand stretched into the frame and grabbed a set of wire cutters. This was obviously Tom's hand. Below is a statement that reads, "You have taken everything away from me. I will now kidnap him." Alice was aware that the police would not be of assistance. As a result, she created a trap for herself. "I'll drop the charges," she sent in a text message to Tom. "Simply hand Lucky back to you." The bait was taken by him. The two of them came to an agreement to meet in a defunct warehouse on the outskirts of the city, which he said was neutral ground. To be fair, Alice was not a moron. She brought along a backup, which consisted of a former Marine who had transitioned into a private investigator and was discreetly documenting everything. With a sneer on his face, Tom appeared with Lucky in a box. Teasingly, he said, "Miss me?" Then Alice revealed her most powerful weapon. From the hidden camera video, she played a clip of Tom's own voice, which was his amusement as he abused Lucky. She brought out her phone and played the tape. After that, she confronted him with the reality of the situation. "You think this is just about the dog?" Her voice remained calm as she spoke. "The footage is currently in the possession of the police. And what do you think? In this state, the act of cruelly treating animals is considered a criminal offense. You will fall out of your employment. Is your brother's reputation good? It's gone." Tom lost his smirk completely. As the private investigator emerged with his weapon pulled, he rushed at her. The investigator hissed, "Move, and you're done," as he walked away. From afar, sirens could be heard wailing. In order to avoid communicating with Tom's shady brother, Alice had phoned the state police. Tom was taken into custody. Despite being rattled, Lucky was found to be alive. Is that Alice? The home was sold. She relocated to a different part of the nation, and she changed her name. However, she would sometimes check the locks twice, especially late at night. And Lucky would tuck himself in a little bit more closely.